What up, soul siblings? My name is Michael. Welcome to Misfit Tarot, the channel where you can come as you are and feel right at home, because when no one fits in, everyone has a place. So, what's up, everybody? Welcome to today's reading. Today, we're going to be talking about January 2023 and what you guys can expect. Don't feel like I need to explain too much this time about why I chose to do this reading. I mean, it's the end of December. We're going into January. What else are we all thinking about? We're trying to see how we're going to start off this year with a bang. See, what's coming for us. What good things are coming. What things are gonna maybe try to get in our way. So, yeah, I wanted to talk about that this time around, since that's what I'm interested in as well. For those of you who watch my channel regularly when I come out with new stuff, maybe you can see I went dollar store shopping again. I dropped like $10 at the dollar store. Got some new table decor. Hope you guys like it. I definitely do. I got this little piece of art, I suppose you could call it, but just a nice affirmation for me there. If you guys aren't dollar store shopping, check it out. You feel like a big baller rolling in there. So let's go ahead and break down what the reading is gonna consist of. First, we're gonna do an energy check. I always like to start it that way, just to give me an overall description of kind of what your guys' energy is going into what we're going to be talking about. So going into January, what's your situation? What are the messages going to be talking about? Right after that, we're going to go into the tarot with the Tarot of the Divine and ask about what blessings are coming for you this month. And then right after that, we're going to look at the challenges and lessons that are going to be coming in with the mystical Manga tarot. And then after we've gotten that out of the way, we're going to look into some inner child healing that's going to be happening this next month for you with the Inner Child Oracle. And then after that, we're just going to get some final advice and hopefully some comforting messages from your spirit team, just to kind of wrap it up and give you some good energy going into 2023, into January. And then, again, if you guys have seen my channel, I end it with the Spark Magic matches to just give you guys some little things to do to bring you some peace and joy and magic into your life. So, yeah, without further ado, let's see what group you guys are going to be. We got 3 stars here. I chose the star because stars represent hope. They represent, direction that we're trying to go in. I think with New Year's, there's like that thing where the ball drops. So I guess it's a ball. I guess it's not a star, but I don't know. I think of stars. I guess they kind of look like fireworks too. But the main thing is like hope going into the new year, and you follow the North Star, and that kind of tells you where you're going. So just wanted to start off the new year with that kind of energy. So take your time to make your selection. Pause the video if you need to, and I'm going to go ahead and hold these up to the camera so you guys can see them a little bit closer if you like. This is the first one. We got group 2 over here. And group 3 right there. And also, last thing I forgot to mention, it is Mercury retrograde right now when I am recording this, and I am a Gemini, so I am a little bit extra susceptible, so please be patient with me if I am messing up at any point during this reading. It's not my fault, it's Mercury's fault. Yeah, go ahead and pick your group, and I'll see you guys in your reading. Later. What up, group 1? If you chose this cool little 6-pointed star, this is going to be your reading for what to expect coming up in January 2023. So let's go ahead and roll into it with your energy check. I'll be talking to your whole spiritual team today. So that includes your higher self, your spirit guides, the Great Spirit, God, the universe, whatever you want to call that one. It's up to you. We accept all that here at Misfit Tarot. I'm going to start out here with the Misfit Oracle deck. Alright, ask what is Group 1's energy going into the new year? Bird. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and look at the Fantasma Oracle now. And as you guys know, I shuffle everything as I go because I'm trying to get that, experience as if you guys were just here getting a personal reading. So excuse the downtime while I shuffle. The palpitating heart. Okay. We got here the intuition oracle. And this is going to finish off the energy for what your spiritual team wants me to know going into this reading. Okay. We got one. All right. So here we go. We're going to start with the bird. The bird whispers secrets, signs, messengers, information, fears. Okay. The palpitating heart. Palpitating heart. Our emotions can reveal themselves in odd ways. Take note of how others or the situation make you behave outside of your norm. This may say more about you than them. Interesting. Okay. And then with the intuition oracle, we have 18, the warrior. I can handle whatever life brings to me is the affirmation for that card. So, the warrior. Worry is the result of feeling that things are not working out the way they should be. Our attachment to things having to work out a certain way, along with our expectations, cause us to be critical as a way of getting things to be how we expect them to be. Analyzing a situation is an important step in making things better. However, anxiety holds us rigidly in place, preventing us from growing, particularly when we yearn to know the perfect plan or the outcome of plans and actions before they have reached fruition. The unknown is always with us and must be embraced if we would live a full life. At its core, worry is a natural desire to protect you from pain by anticipating problems. However, you are also being practical and logical when you let your success transform your life, not your failures, real or imagined. Power can be gained by focusing on what has already been accomplished. Okay, so pretty clear messages coming out here. So I think I'll start. I'll just move across here. So with the bird, this one is definitely telling me that, going along with the warrior here, that you're kind of going into 2023, and sorry, I don't want to talk like we're talking about the whole year. I want to keep it to January. So January, for you guys, you're coming into it a little bit afraid, maybe a little bit in the dark. Whatever you guys are going through right now, it's So I talked about, I think in the last reading I did, about how, I basically heard on this TED Talk one time that our brains are prediction machines. They store information from the past, and then we use that information from the past, process it, and then try to make predictions about the future. And that's one thing that really helps animals with brains, especially humans, helps us, have survived this long. But obviously we're at a point where our brains have grown to a point where that can actually get to a point where it hinders us. So, with this warrior card, that definitely was talking about that, how it pretty much said that, analyzing things is helpful to us, but when it gets to a point where we become anxious and that analyzing turns into overanalyzing and turns to worry and anxiety, that's when it can kind of be detrimental and hold us back. So I think, like I said, I've pretty much got the general energy for you guys here. And there's already some advice starting to come through. This is huge right here for you guys going into this month of January. One big thing that you guys are going to want to keep in mind. Yeah, I guess this will be kind of like a big overarching theme for you guys, and something that, as the month goes through, that, right now you're going to be kind of struggling with, and up until, probably the middle of the month, you'll be learning things and practicing things to help you with that. And then as you go towards the end of the month, you'll kind of go through the process of looking back and seeing how you kind of conquered this energy. And then, we'll catch up in February and see what's the next thing that you guys are going to be working on, because like it says here, I can handle whatever life brings to me. So this energy that you're in right now, you will conquer this, you will handle this, and you will handle it. And in, the next month, you guys will have something else to deal with, but hopefully it won't make you so anxious. You won't be so worried about it, because you'll get to this point, hopefully with your experiences this month, where you can trust a little bit more. They say trust the process, trust in spirit. These kind of things can help us understand that, we as humans are just a small piece of the overall puzzle, of this universe we live in, and there's only so much that we can know, and the rest of it we gotta leave it up to higher powers. So if you guys didn't watch my last reading about what your soul wants you to let go, I would definitely suggest that, because there was one or possibly multiple groups that had kind of this similar message, but at least one of the groups had a very similar message to this, as far as, what letting go of things is going to help you manifest what you want in the future. So yeah, very important for you guys to, work with the fear, worry, and anxiety that you guys have. Know that it's absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. The more you try to fight it, the more you try to tell yourself that you shouldn't be feeling that way, the worse it's going to get. Make sure one thing that I heard from Kino Tarot that I really love is, she says, when I'm having kind of what I would perceive as negative emotions, I don't shoo them away and say, get the hell out of here, I don't want you here. She says I sit them down, I pour them a cup of tea, and I ask them, hey, what is it that you need? What are you trying to tell me? So I would highly suggest that for you guys, to see what your anxiety is trying to tell you, and kind of get to the root of it. And like I said, kind of try to find a solution in having faith, trusting spirit. And one thing that it ended off saying, the very last sentence for this warrior card, was power can be gained by focusing on what has already been accomplished. Your spiritual team really wants you to know that you have accomplished so much in your life, and you have conquered so many things, And your anxiety might have actually been a reason why you've made it through such stressful situations. Anxiety, it's part of our ego. It's there to protect us. Like I said, it's trying to predict the future. It's there trying to protect us from things that happened in the past. We don't want them to happen again. But at this time, there comes a transition in life where things that used to serve us, things that used to keep us safe, are no longer doing that. We grow out of those stressful situations, and we get into a point of life where we're now, kind of more grounded and more secure, and we need to let go of those limiting things like anxiety and worry and step into feelings of faith and trust, in order to kind of move into the next stage of our lives where we can accept more abundance, where we can have experiences that we haven't had in the past. Like I said, we can look into our past and predict a future, but that future is going to be based off our past. So unless you want to keep having a future that is the same things you've seen in the past, you need to work on letting go of the past and learning how to see a future that you have never seen before, and learning how to again, have faith and use your imagination and really just believe. Work on visualizing a future that looks nothing like your past, because I think that's what most of us want. Like, we want a future that seems impossible from based off our past, but it is possible. We've seen it. We see it every day with celebrities, or just anybody that we look up to. It doesn't have to be celebrities, but anybody that we look up to that we feel like is, oh, that person's living their best life, or I wish I could live a life like that person, and do the things that they're doing. A lot of times, they come from somewhere and they get to somewhere totally different. So I think that's something that's meant for you guys. I think that's something you want deep down, and I think that's exactly where you're headed. So again, take this fear, worry, anxiety, and really sit with it this next month, and do what you guys have to do to step into more of an mindset of having faith and belief in the future. And I want to just go into this palpitating heart a little bit before we move on. This one is telling me that you guys, when you're anxious and worried, you're not being your true self. Your heart gets so overwhelmed. When you're anxious, your heart can start beating fast. When we're in that state, we're not necessarily being our best selves. We're not being our true selves. We're we're very worked up. We're going to act differently. I was just talking to somebody about this the other day. Like, when we are stressed out, we are going to act differently than we would if we weren't stressed out. So this is telling me maybe your spirit team wants you guys to work with possibly meditation, if that's something that, I know how it is when, readers and spiritual people are constantly tell you, oh, meditation, it changed my life. It's, the answer, that kind of thing. And, you try it and it's very hard. A lot of us who are, neurodivergent or things like that, it's not so easy to just sit and be still. But one thing that I came across recently, with this new book I'm reading, which I'll actually show you because I have it right here, it really breaks down how our brain waves function. And essentially, when our brain waves are more active, we are less perceptive to certain things. We're like very much in our head, and we're not so much taking in things from the outside world. When we can slow our brain waves down to a certain extent, we learn better, we perform better in certain tasks. a lot of things like that. So one thing that it recommends is, even if you're not going to go fully into, the practice of meditation, the biggest thing you guys can do for yourselves is work with your breath. Even just sitting there for 5 minutes and just focusing on your breath. You don't have to focus on your thoughts, but just focus on your breath and get it to a point where, it's like a very peaceful, calming breath. I'm just going to do one example real quick, because sometimes I'm very terrible at explaining things with words, and I have to just like give an example. So say if you can take your breath from, a normal type of breath to something like that. If you can do that for a good even 2-3 minutes of just breathing like that, you will feel the difference in your body so much, and the difference in your mind. The worry and the anxiety and the stress will literally start to melt away within the first few breaths. So that's something that's definitely coming through here for you guys, as some guidance for you guys as far as how to help you through this energy that you guys are feeling right now going into January. So I think that's all the messages I have from those. Now let's go ahead into the next section, which is going to be asking what are the blessings coming in for you guys in January. So we're going to go ahead and grab the Tarot of the Divine. And we're going to ask your spirit team specifically, what's the good stuff? What are the gifts? What are the blessings coming to us in January? What are some things we can look forward to? You know what I mean? It's been a rough few years for us all. We need some good news, right? All right, what do we got? Blessings for group 1. Okay, that came out real quick. Okay. Blessings for group 1 for... Jeez, all right. Well, then. Okay. Man, so you guys, it makes sense based off that initial energy that we got. You know what? I recently discovered that YouTube is like not down with nudity and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and just put that right there. Be like a nice cool top for this queen. So yeah, like I said, with your guys' initial energy being, a lot of fear and worry, your spirit team is here to comfort you and let you know that you guys are maybe stronger than you think. There's this thing, I think it's from Winnie the Pooh. It's like, you're smarter than you think, stronger than you feel. Stronger, smarter. And yeah, if you guys know the rest, let me know, because like I said, Mercury retrograde has got my number. That's the first thing they're coming at me for, is remembering that quote. But and braver than you, smarter than you think, braver than you feel, and like stronger than you know, or something like that. And yeah, that's a message for you guys. Sorry I butchered it so hard, but I hope you can still feel that sentiment and maybe, look that up. When I get, where I have like a main energy like that's kind of plaguing me, I guess, or that's, constantly on my mind, or that I know I need to work on, I take a screenshot or something like that, and then I'll make that the background to my phone, because we're all always on our phones. So every time you take it out, you'll have a nice little message like that to remind you, yeah, I am smarter than I think, I am stronger than I feel, I am braver than I believe. Because I'm kind of getting the energy that you guys, and I am very guilty of this myself, we can kind of have a lot of negative self-talk when we're in those states. Like I said, when we're worked up, our heart is beating fast, our brain is going a million miles an hour. Um, we don't treat ourselves how we would if we were calm. We don't treat others how we would if we were calm. And I forgot that was another message that came out with the palpitating heart is be very careful, especially right now it's Mercury retrograde. Like, take those deep breaths, take that time before you communicate with people if you're feeling worked up, because I'm sure you guys have encountered it already, as do we all. Sometimes we get worked up and we say things we wish we didn't, and then we have to go back and apologize later, and it adds to our guilt and it adds more worry. So really don't be afraid to take your time when you're talking with people. They have the time. If they're with you, they can wait for you to, they can hold space for you to take some deep breaths and think about what you want to say the right way. And if they don't, then maybe that's something to think about. If they're the type of people that you need in your life, because real friends, real family, real lovers, they will give you that whatever space you need, and they will care about your experience. I just saw this thing, the other day, scrolling through good old Instagram. This guy said, what did he say? Oh, true love is caring and thinking about how your actions affect the people you love. It's not just saying I love you. So again, if people aren't giving you space to find that calm, peaceful center within yourself, then again, maybe that's just something to think about. Okay, as far as your blessings coming in for January, guys, with this Four of Coins, this talks about, you know, saving your material possessions, and really holding on to them. So I'm getting this because usually the four of coins or the Four of Pentacles, it talks about being like, maybe you're holding on to something that you should be, what do you call it? Maybe letting go of a little bit. As far as money, usually this comes out, tells people, you're being too stingy with your money. Remember, you have to spend money to make money, or things like that. Remember, money doesn't buy happiness, but if you're just saving it, what experiences are you having with that money? What is that money for? You know what I mean? But I don't think that's the message coming through for you guys. I think in this specific situation, being that it's asking about blessings, I think this is saying that one blessing that you guys are going to have in January is the coins. Like I said, they're material possessions, but it's not money. It's maybe other objects that you have. For example, like, like I said, I go to the dollar store and I get some stuff like this that, gives me a lot of value, and I'm not spending a lot of money, but these are material things. These crystals, they make me feel a certain way. This little rock that says faith, it makes me have a certain thought. It makes me have a certain feeling. This little "not today, Satan" makes me laugh. You know what I mean? That thing I showed you before says you are powerful, beautiful, brilliant, and brave. I think maybe one of the blessings that your spirit team wants you to keep in mind in January is that you don't necessarily need to be buying a bunch of new stuff. And if you do, like I said, maybe, do it in a more thrifty way and think about the meaning of the things rather than the cost, as far as what determines their value. But yeah, just keeping material things around you that possibly you already have that give you these types of feelings, and that can, maybe calm you down, that can make you feel like your best self, that can give you trust in the universe and give you trust in where your life is at right now. And another thing that I feel coming through with this is, you can see in this particular Four of Coins, there's like this mother figure, and she seems to have a child under here, and she's, you know, protected by this vulture. She's, you know, keeping her family close and protected. And I think that is another message that is coming through for you guys for January, is that another blessing that you guys have is your family, be it, you know, your biological family, your friends, the family that you've created for yourself. Maybe it's people you talk to online that, you know, feel understand you more than the actual people around you. Whatever the case may be, this is also talking about, you know, in January, you know, cling tight to your tribe because they are a huge blessing in your life. And I think in January, you guys will be feeling that more, as you stay close to them, that they are going to add a lot of positivity and help you through this month. With the Four of Cups here, another blessing I think that is coming for you guys. So Four of Cups, to me, again, a lot of these cards, it depends on the situation, but what's coming through for me right now with the Four of Cups is that something unexpected is coming in for you, which I guess, you know, makes a large amount of sense, being that we were talking about with this warrior card that we can't know everything that's going to happen in the future. We can't predict everything. Not everything's going to go according to our expectations. So what that's telling me is, as you guys, you know, as long, because again, with these tarot readings, nothing is set in stone. These cards and your spirit team is telling you what could be. You are the one who has to take the action in order to make this go the way that you want it to go. So with this Four of Cups, like I said, something will come in that is an unexpected blessing straight from spirit. Something's going to happen and you're going to be like, wow, I could have never planned that. I could have never thought that into my life. That was spirit bringing that right to me, because I had faith in them and I had faith in myself, and I focused on what they're telling me, which is to, you know, keep calm and take care of myself because I deserve it. Your spirit team is telling you right now that you deserve to take this month and worry about yourself, but like in a good way, if that makes sense. Like, you know, we can say like, you know, don't worry about other people, worry about yourself. But in that instance, we're not actually wanting that person to like worry and be stressed out about themselves. What we mean is take care of yourself, be good to yourself, focus on yourself. So with this Four of Cups, that's what it's telling me. It's telling me, you know, take some time to relax. You deserve it. This isn't in a way where people are like, oh, you're stressed out, just relax. Like, no, that's fucked up. We don't like to say that to people. That's very dismissive. We're saying it more in a way of like, hey, like, you've been through a lot. You are gonna keep going through a lot. You know, that's part of life. But like, you are a good person with a big heart, and you deserve to take a little rest. And, you know, like I said, based off the experiences you've had to depend on yourself so much. You've had to be on top of everything. You've had to look ahead to try to avoid disaster and things like that, you know. But at this point, spirit is coming through right now. If you're watching this reading, they're saying like, hey, we got you. You know, the things that you want to come into your life, we will bring it to you right out of the sky on a silver platter. What we want you to do and what we need you to do is to find ways to help yourself relax, find ways to find more joy in life, because, you know, I'm a big believer in the law of attraction. I've talked about it in several of my readings. I'll probably talk about it in several more. When you're living in this energy, you know, what energy we're putting out and that we're living in is the energy that we can attract. So if you're constantly living in worry and fear, then it's very possible that you're going to be attracting exactly the things that you fear, because you're like, okay, I'm prepared for this to happen. So then when it happens, like, you're prepared for it, but it's still not what you want. It's what you're but it's what you're thinking about. So you're attracting what you don't want because you're always thinking about what you don't want and trying to be prepared for that. Your spirit team is coming to say, think about what you do want. Try to get to a space, like I said, work on your breathing and just sit there and visualize this beautiful life that you want to have. And just sit there and feel, for example, if you want to have a certain job, sit there, take some deep breaths, close your eyes or leave them open, whatever you feel comfortable with. Take those deep breaths, get into that calm space, and imagine yourself doing that job. Imagine yourself being established in that job. Imagine how happy you would be if that happened. Don't think about, these thoughts are going to creep in of, oh, but that's unrealistic, or, oh, how will I ever get there? You don't have to worry about the how. The spirit will worry about the how. You work on visualizing your future. You work on thinking about what you want. Stop thinking so much about what you don't want. Again, if you're looking for a relationship, I wouldn't say necessarily think about a certain person, but I would say think about yourself. Think about if you were in the perfect relationship, what would you look like? What would you be doing? And become that. And then when you do that, you will attract the right person who will match that, if that makes sense. Okay? So that's what's coming through with those first two cards there. High Priestess, definitely coming through to support that Four of Cups and just this whole energy of focusing on yourself and trusting in spirit, because the High Priestess is all about, you can see in this image, she's there, she's sitting on her nice comfy couch. She's not out there taking action. She's not chasing anything. She is sitting and she is receiving. She's receiving information. She's receiving blessings. She's receiving all the beautiful things that the universe has to offer her. And she's looking inside herself for the answers. She's asking her intuition. Sorry, I'm thirsty. So one blessing that's coming for you guys is that as you work on slowing your mind down and slowing your heart down and getting into a loving space with yourself, you will start to feel closer to spirit. You will start to understand the way that you are co-creating with the universe, and that is going to bring blessings on blessings on blessings for you guys, because once you can understand that, and like I said, when you realize that part of manifesting is not just worrying about everything and saying, oh, I need to take this action and I need to take this action and I need to take this action, otherwise what I want isn't going to happen, you are going to start getting into this High Priestess energy where you're like, okay, realistically, the actions I can take right now are A, B, possibly C. Okay, let's do that. And then after that, I've done what I can do. The results are going to come at some point later. Like I said, it's where you get to a point where it's not that you're not taking any action, but you take the action that you can take. You control the things that you do have control over, and stop worrying about all the things that you don't have control over, and sit back and work on your own thoughts, work on staying calm while you wait for the universe to bring those blessings into fruition. I'll use myself as an example, or any other YouTube tarot reader out there. It's like we can make our readings and then post them, and then we can sit there all day worrying about, like, oh my gosh, how many people are going to see it? Is anybody going to thumbs down it? Are people not going to like it? Is it going to be popular? Did I do the right topic? Like, all this stuff we can sit there and worry about, but it's like, we already did the part that we were supposed to do. We made the reading, we channeled the messages from the right spirits to the right people. Now it's just up to spirit to get those people to see that little thumbnail image on YouTube, click on it, and get those messages. And again, that's up to those people as well. They have their own free will, they have their own choice. So, in that situation, the tarot reader person is, having to, well, not having to, but if they want to be not so worried, if they want to be not so stressed out, if they want to be more actually successful, then they need to, control the things that they can control and leave the rest of it to the divine, leave the rest of it to divine timing, the divine plan. And I hope you guys can apply that specific example to your situation. And now, with this Queen of Coins, aka Queen of Pentacles, coming out in reverse, I think what that's telling me, okay, so I mean, it's very obvious what it's telling me. The Queen of Coins, when it comes out upright, this is somebody who is very wealthy. And again, wealthy doesn't just mean that you have a ton of money. Wealthy means that, you're an abundant person. You have, enough money and maybe a little bit extra to bestow on others. But it also means that, you have energy, you have things that you can provide to people, whether you cook for them or something like that. It's just you are somebody who's nurturing with the material wealth that you have. So with the Queen of Coins being in reverse, that's telling me, one, to, again, like I said before, worry about yourself. Don't worry so much about others. That's a blessing that's coming to you in January. Is, I think Spirit's going to help you out with that. They're going to help you as long as you can work on setting your boundaries with people and not going out of your way to give to others when you don't need to. And I think that you'll know exactly, again, listen to your own intuition when it comes to that. You'll know the difference between a situation where somebody tells you that they're struggling to the point where you would just feel absolutely terrible, like you're doing something super wrong if you didn't intervene and help them out. But you also will know the difference intuitively if you, get past your worry and anxieties and possibly people-pleasing tendencies. You'll know the difference between that and somebody who just mentioned some little problem they're having, and then your go-to habit is to be like, oh, well, I have this here, let me help you out with that. When in reality, you didn't need to do that. And again, you can leave trust in Spirit and have faith that that other person will figure it out. You know what I mean? And they don't need you to come in and save them, because in reality, when you do things for people in those situations, it's not really helping them. What would help them is to let them go through something and let them learn how to figure it out themselves. That's why we're watching these readings, is because we want to take the power onto ourselves and figure out what actions we can take to learn and grow. And you have to trust that other people need to go through that as well. You do not need to save people. Excuse me. And the other thing that's coming out with this Queen of Coins being in reverse is that by doing that and by protecting your energy and your material wealth a little bit, you will have more to give to yourself, and that's a blessing that's going to come for you. Like I said, with these material things, maybe it will give you a little bit more stability. Maybe you'll be able to save a little bit more than you have in the past, because you're constantly giving to people when you have a little bit extra. And you'll really start to feel blessed with more abundance, as long as, like I said, you take that action to be discerning of who actually needs things from you, and when maybe you're just going a little bit too out of your way to give things away that you actually need more for yourself. That's a big message coming through here, and it's one that I get very often as well, that the best way to really be giving is to give to yourself until you're overflowing with abundance, and then you can very easily give to other people, rather than every time you get a little bit in the green, you give it away, and then you're back to square one, where you're kind of anxious, worried about finances and things like that. So that's all the blessings that I see for this reading coming for January 2023. So now let's go ahead and move on to looking at what challenges and lessons are going to be coming in this next month. Sorry, I just had to check, make sure I'm filming. And we're going to use the Mystical Manga Tarot here to ask about these challenges and lessons that you will be going through in January. And it will most certainly come with, some advice from your team, of course. We don't just tell you, oh, this is going to happen, good luck with that. They definitely, want to help you through it, help you navigate it, help you stay prepared. So let's see, challenges and lessons for Group 1 in January. What do we got? That one almost came out, but no dice. Okay, those ones, yes. That one's kind of sideways though, so I gotta do one. Oh, that one was hiding as well. That's okay, so this one came out sideways. Okay, but it wants to be reversed. This one and this one was hiding. Okay, so I'm trying to keep those things in mind because I think that it might be significant. Okay, so we'll start with the Two of Wands in reverse. So one, and I for some reason this has not happened before, but I feel like because it came out kind of sideways, I think that maybe that means that there's kind of some significance in the upright and reverse position. So I'm gonna go with that and see what comes out there. So as far as a challenge and lesson that's coming for you in January is, I'll start with this being in reverse because when I flipped it, that's how it came out. So I think that's how it wants me to start. Two of Wands talks about, you have this passionate, this idea that you're passionate about, and you need to start planning the next steps of it. So that's an obvious thing coming out here with that in reverse as a challenge for January, is that, and it actually ties into a lot of stuff we were saying before, especially with that warrior card and talking about, trying to see the end result before you go through the process and trying to plan everything ahead and trying to predict the future. Like, that's going to be a challenge for you because, again, as it is right now, you're not all the way equipped to do that in the best way. Because, again, you're looking into the future with anxiety and worry and thinking about the things you don't want to happen to try to prevent them, and then that actually ends up bringing that in. So, I actually think that maybe it just came out sideways so that I could flip it around and see that it actually wants to be reversed, because I don't see how this being upright would be any different of a meaning. So we're just going to go with that as far as the challenge with this Two of Wands in reverse. Something that's going to be challenging for you, and a lesson that it's going to teach you is how to look into the future and make a plan, but only go so far. Like with that example I gave earlier about the tarot reader, there's so much you can plan in advance, and there's a lot that you have to leave up, to being revealed later. But the main thing is, trust spirit, have faith, know that rejection is divine protection, and if a door is ever closed to you, just know that it's not because the universe is trying to fuck with you and make your life harder. They are always on your side. So please remember that, whenever something's not going your way or not going to your expectations, that is not the universe working against you. That's them actually working for you and trying to lead you in a different direction. For example, you're going this way and you think that's the door you're supposed to go through, and it's closed and it's locked, and you're like, damn it, what the hell? Like, I can't get through this door. I can't go down this path. Like, why universe? Why, is this not happening? It's because they want you to take a left turn. They want you to take a right turn. They want you to slow down, be open, and see that that's not the way that you're supposed to go. You're supposed to go some other way. So that's what's coming out for me here with this Two of Wands in reverse as a challenge / lesson coming in January. With this Page of Coins coming out, one thing that's going to be a challenge for you and something that you're going to be learning about as you go through this next month of January is new ways to make money. I think that with this coming out, it's giving me the energy of you have something on your mind that you're trying to make money with, or in some way you're trying to bring more money into your life, but you're, again, because of your worry, because of your anxiety, because of you not trusting the process, you're trying to rush the process. You're having trouble finding the right thing or the right things that are actually going to bring those new financial opportunities to you. So this card is coming out upright to also, tell you again to be open to new possibilities. If there's things that you thought were going to bring you money and they're not working out, drop it. Like, again, that I don't want to be dangerous and say that everything that doesn't work out the first time you're supposed to just quit. But again, with that High Priestess coming out before, use your own intuition and know that, if it's the first time failing at something, if you really feel deep in your heart and your soul that thing is meant for you, definitely keep going for it. But again, be open about maybe different ways of achieving that end. And know that if something, is blocked off to you time and time again, or even if something is open to you and then it ends up not going the way you want, again, be open to the fact that maybe that's not the path that you're supposed to go. So that's coming up here with the Page of Coins. New financial opportunities. It will be a challenge, and it will be something that you need to learn in the month of January. It's something that your higher self is wanting you to learn. It's something that deep down your soul is trying to bring in for you this next month. And this Seven of Cups coming out in reverse. And I also noticed that when this one came out, it literally shot out so perfectly under this one that when I went like that, it was kind of hiding. So I guess one thing is that these two cards are connected since they came out, literally right on top of each other. And then the other thing is maybe this challenge is going to be kind of, like I said, kind of hiding, and might be hard to see coming, might be hard to see when you're in it. And that makes a lot of sense because the Seven of Cups talks very much about illusions. You can see in this card that there's a person here and they have 7 cups in front of them and they all have something different. And it's kind of this feeling of being overwhelmed by options and not knowing which one to choose. And again, that all came out in the initial energy of, that's something that can cause anxiety. Like, that's something, now what I'm hearing is analysis paralysis. So that's something that definitely just shot into my brain, to make sure that if you guys have not heard of analysis paralysis, look that up, write it down, keep that in mind for this month of January, because that is something that you guys definitely deal with, and that is definitely something that holds you back and that will continue to hold you back and keep you from your higher purpose. keep you from your desires if you don't really learn how to deal with. Analysis paralysis is, like I said, when you're worrying about something and you're overthinking about it so much that you end up not making a decision because you're so afraid of making the wrong decision. So with this coming up, maybe that's what is happening with the Page of Coins here, because like I said, the Page of Coins is this energy where you have so many options. You can be open to so many ways of making money. So maybe it's, again, there you have so many options available to you that it can be crippling because you're like, oh, what if I choose the wrong one? But that's a mentality, that's a mindset. If you change your mindset from, oh, I have a million different options on how to make money from this, or how to bring more money into my life, I need to make sure I don't choose the wrong one. Instead, you can change your mindset, and like I said, if you bring in more faith with spirit around you, you can say, you know what? Spirit is not just going to take away all these opportunities from me just because I make, the wrong choice. Spirit is going to keep bringing me an abundance of options, and all those options that are available to me now, they will be available in the future, and if any are not, then those ones were not the one that was meant for me anyways. So it's really asking you to look at your mindset and try to change it from a standpoint of, what if I make the wrong decision, to what does my heart want? What is my intuition calling me to choose? Because ultimately, like, that's gonna be your greatest guide. I talked about the star being a guide for us, and now I'm seeing it's right next to this green, I believe it's calcite, that represents the heart chakra as far as this spectrum of colors here. So your heart is really, again, the heart symbolism here with the palpitating heart. There's many cards in these decks. The fact that one pops out is very significant. Like, all this stuff is telling me that, again, take those deep breaths, really get into your heart space and get in touch with yourself. Get relaxed, get calm. Remember that you are powerful, beautiful, brilliant, and brave. Like, I really think that I was called to buy this in a large part for this moment to come up right now to give you that message. Like, you've been through it, you've been through so much. Like, you can get through this next chapter and the next chapter and the next chapter as well, and you're just going to keep leveling up, or you're just going to keep growing. Yes, you will have challenges, and you're not always going to just overcome them the first try around. Life is full of challenges. Life is full of failure. Failure is part of success. It is not the opposite of success. So yeah, again, with all these options that you have of making more money, or financial opportunities coming into your life, just start with one. You know what I mean? Start with the one that calls to you the most. Start with the one that you're like, yes, this is the one that I absolutely want to do. And the thing with that is, the one that you want the most is probably going to be the one with the most things to worry about, because it might be, like I said, based off your past, the most unrealistic or the most unattainable. But again, your spirit team is coming to you right now to tell you that life is going to be different for you guys going forward, as long as you can make it different, as long as you can go inside and work on these, triggers and these mindsets and these limiting beliefs that you have, and really put your faith and trust not only in spirit, but in yourself, in the powerful, beautiful, brilliant, brave person you are. Like, you are so incredibly capable of making good decisions and achieving everything that you want to achieve. It's literally your own mind that is holding you back more than anything. So yeah, again, just those are the challenges and lessons coming for you guys in January. Best of luck to you guys with that, and we're going to go into now the inner child excuse me, the inner child healing that is going to be happening for you guys in January. Inner child healing is something that we are always dealing with every day of our lives. It affects every single relationship we have, including the one with ourselves. So, I'm hoping that with, bringing these out in every reading, it can help us all, deal with things as they come one by one and as they come up. Because, it doesn't always work out how, one problem you have, like, again, with anxiety and worry, that's not exactly something that you're just going to conquer in the next month and then you're never going to deal with it again in your life. No, like, life is so crazy and life is so full of stress and unknowns. Like, there will always be moments when we worry, we have something to worry about. But again, for this next month, I think you guys are going to be learning a lot of techniques and just really building, good habits. It takes, shoot, man, I'm so bad with numbers and stuff like that. But I think it's something like 28 days, 29 days. But basically, it takes about a month of doing something every day to create a new habit. And I think you guys can do that if you can start, as soon as possible with those breathing techniques and with your, trusting in the universe. You guys can, by this time, a month from now, really be having a really different relationship with your anxiety and your worry and with yourself, and probably see a lot of wonderful results coming into your life from the process. So, inner child for January 2023, what is group 1 going to be dealing with here? One more thing that just popped in. I guess your spirit guides were like, hey, you forgot to say something. With this 7 of Cups card, one thing that it can talk about is, as far as illusion goes, something presenting itself as what's best for you when actually it's not. It's kind of similar to the devil energy. And I think one last message that, they wanted me to come back and give to you was, when it comes to these new options you have for making money, there is a level of discernment that you need to have, because some things, because like I said, that the fact that card was hidden makes me think that there's going to be something that seems good, and if you don't, like I said, take your time. If you come from a place of anxiety and worry, you're going to be like, oh yes, that's going to give me a bunch of money, I'm going to do that, and then you don't think about it because it's supporting your fear-based thinking of, like, whatever brings the most money or whatever's easiest is what's meant for me. But that's not the case. Sometimes it's the harder thing, like I said, that harder to achieve thing, harder to imagine thing, that's actually the better thing for you, and it's going to take more faith and more trust, but it will ultimately be more fulfilling and more in line with your highest good. So again, look out for, and I feel shitty saying, like, hey, relax, don't worry as much, and then being like, oh, but look out for this. Like, I really don't want it to scare you guys. You guys will know this high priestess coming out as a blessing is telling me that you guys have this. The fact that it says here, I can handle whatever life brings to me, like, I know you guys got this. Just again, we watch these readings so that we can be prepared. So I'm just saying, coming from your spirit team, be prepared to say no to something that other people, that you tell about it, or if other people find out about it, they might be like, oh, what, you passed that up? Like, you're stupid, why would you do that? Like, but if deep down, like, that was the right choice for you, you don't have to fucking explain yourself to anybody. It doesn't have to make sense to one other single person in this world, as long as it makes sense to you, okay? So yeah, I got a little a little emotional and worked up with that message. So I think that's something that, you guys are dealing with, is probably people's opinions getting into your head, and people judging the shit you do, and being a little bit too involved in your decision making processes. So again, really take this next month to get in touch with yourself, to build a better relationship with yourself and your intuition, because at the end of the day, those people who have those opinions about your choices, they're not living your life. They're not going to have to deal with the consequences. You are. So whatever makes sense to you, whatever feels right in your heart to you, that's what you got to do, and that's what's going to make you happy. Not doing the thing that everybody says, oh, what a great idea, oh, that's definitely going to work out. Like, no, if people are doubting you, then again, sometimes that's actually a good sign, because like I said, the things that we doubt and the things that we're afraid of, that we don't think are going to happen, are actually the things that are on the other side of that fear. If we can put that fear aside, then we can have these things that we never thought we could have, because we were holding ourselves back from that, because we kept telling ourselves, like, I've never seen that happen, or I don't know how it's going to happen. But it's like, you don't need to know. Miracles happen every single day. Like, know that. So, okay, inner child card here. What do we got? Ooh. Tristan with abandonment, number 15. Okay. So as far as the inner child healing that you're going to be dealing with in January coming up, let's see what we got. My name is Tristan, and sometimes I just wish I could disappear. Everyone I have ever known abandons me. The world made me feel like I shouldn't exist, like I wasn't worth sticking around for. And so I make myself so small that no one notices. And over again, they leave without notice or care. Excuse me. Children don't have the ability to perceive the world from another person's perspective other than their own. So when a parent works all day long to pay the bills, a child doesn't think, my parents are doing their best and wish they could be with me. Instead, they think, my parents are choosing work over me. Therefore, I do not matter. A child can experience abandonment while still having two parents at home. It's important to acknowledge this part of your inner child today. When Tristan appears, he is reminding us that other people's inability to show up for us or be there for us has nothing to do with our worthiness or enoughness, but rather everything to do with the other person. Help your inner child to see that they don't need to make themselves small or abandon themselves over the actions or behavior of another. Okay, and then every child comes with a mantra that will, be some words that you can repeat. Like I said, this is something that maybe you need to write down and put somewhere where you can repeat it every day. Like I said, just like I have this little thing here on my altar now, so that every day when I wake up or I'm going to work or whatever it is, I can look at that, I can say it to myself, you are powerful, beautiful, brilliant, and brave. Like, the mantra for you guys with this inner child healing is going to be, I will show up for me. I deserve consistency. Okay, and then we have here some remedies. Again, things you can do to heal this throughout the month, and some journaling questions. I think that might be really helpful for you guys, to help you with this energy. So yeah, again, makes a lot of sense. You carry a lot of worry. You have this fiercely independent energy, where you guys are always having to be on edge. You're always having to be in control because, maybe you didn't have a lot of other people to lean on when you were growing up. So I think coming into January, a big thing that's going to be healing for you guys is, again, like I said, spending more time with yourself, um, thinking about the ways that you can show up for yourself, and understand that, you know, if other people are judging you in any way, if other people don't have the space to be there for you in any way, like, there's only so much you can do about that, and in some ways there's nothing you can do about that. But what you can do is, like I said, you can show up for yourself. You can connect with spirit and know that your spiritual team is always with you, and they're always excuse me, they're always rooting for you, and they're always here for you. um, if ever you don't have anybody else. And again, if you don't have anybody else, you do have yourself as well, and you are worthy just by yourself. If even if nobody else thinks so, even if, you know, nobody else is by your side, you as an individual are here for a reason, and you have a lot of wonderful things coming to you in this life, and your purpose here is to make a big impact. And again, it says here, I make myself small so that no one notices. Like, you know, maybe growing up you felt like you were some kind of a burden, or that you being around made other people stressed out, or that you, again, you were a burden to the people around you. Like, because you, just by you existing, you stressed other people out, you added stress into their life. But like, that is not okay, and that is not what you deserve. You need to know that you existing is a beautiful thing, and those people that you think that you are burdening, you excuse me, you actually came into this world to add a great amount of value into their lives, and you have already taught them so many things, and you have been such a big part of their growth, whether they realize it or appreciate it or not. Like, you can look back on those experiences and you can see that you were just this little beautiful shining ball of light that felt like they needed to be dull all the time. And I'm very sorry for that. But, you know, this, like I said, this next month, this is a time where you, you know, you can heal from that, and you can start to learn how to take up space, and you can start to believe that you deserve to take up just as much space in this world as anybody else. So yeah, just again, I will show up for me. I deserve consistency. Look for people in your life. Again, you know, with that whole concept of basing our future off of our past, if you base your future relationships off of the past and think that you're only going to encounter people that only have a certain amount of space for you, and the rest of you needs to be compartmentalized into that amount of space, that's not true. It never was, and it's definitely not anymore. You take up however much fucking space you take up, and if people can only handle this much of you, then alright, fine, only spend this much amount of time and energy with that type of person. But keep taking up all the space you need to take up, and like I said, by living in that energy, you will start to attract people who see you for who you are, and who not just tolerate, not just accept you, but they are grateful. They are so grateful that somebody like you exists in the world, you know, and you deserve to feel like that. But again, it starts with you. It starts with you feeling like that. It starts with you being grateful for every part of yourself, and realizing that you don't need to make yourself small anymore, and that you deserve to shine your light as brightly as you want. You know what I mean? As bright as it can go. So yeah, that's gonna be your inner child healing for the month of January, is really stepping into your power and really taking up space and really just going into a totally new phase of your life where you are so much more appreciated, you are so much more loved, you have more love for yourself, you are less worried, you are less anxious, you are feeling more comfortable. Like, doesn't that all sound amazing? And again, it might be your first instinct to be like, oh, bullshit, like I've thought that before and it didn't happen. Like, I know that sucks, but please find it in you to have faith and believe that it's going to be different this time around. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so now we're going into just some final message, whether it's going to be advice, some comforting message, just final chance for your spiritual team to come through and give you a message going into this month of January. And again, this is the Believe in Your Own Magic Oracle. All the decks will be listed in the description. Shit. I guess it's those. So yeah, you guys got 2 messages here. I'm very glad because, God, you guys have really been going through it, and I really feel that, and I'm glad that your spirit team is coming through with two comforting messages for you here. And yeah, they literally both go with that inner child card and just all the energy that just came out. So first one is Spaceship, Don't Be Afraid to Sing. And let's see what that has to say for you guys. You've been made to believe that your voice, that your unique point of view in this world isn't worth very much. Let me tell you, that couldn't be further from the truth. Your words are worth all the stars in the night sky, so don't forget to sing whenever you have the chance. Your voice is powerful enough to sink a dozen spaceships. So yeah, with these, I generally don't add too much because the creators did a very good job of putting a strong message and strong images here. So, obviously, like I said, that's going with that inner child card. You are so valuable in this world, and, I'm very sorry that you, like many of us, were made to feel like you don't have a place in this world, or that you need to just like dull yourself down. But yeah, with this spaceship card coming out saying don't be afraid to sing and really telling you how powerful you are, like, again, this is about taking up space in this world and making the impact that you were born to make on this world. And now we have, coming with that, Escapist, Come Home to Yourself. So this one seems like it might be a little more advice oriented. Everyone wants to escape their lives occasionally. Some of us like to binge watch shows, some of us like to listen to music, some of us like to read, and some of us like to leave it all behind and go on vacation. All of that is totally healthy. Our lives can get incredibly stressful. However, too much escapism can mean that you're not confronting a big problem, which isn't healthy for you. Face it head on and let the pieces fall wherever they may. So again, yeah, that definitely goes hand in hand with that inner child card and with, the warrior card coming out in the bird. Again, you've been put through it. You've been not treated so well. Your reality has not been full of people telling you and making you believe that, you know, it's possible to live out your dreams. But I'm here, and your spiritual team is here to let you know that that's exactly what life is, and that's exactly what is meant for you. So again, when it comes to moving forward in this month of January, I think one thing that's going to be important, as far as, you know, working on your anxiety, working on believing in yourself, and learning how to put yourself out there more and take up more space rather than making yourself small for others, who don't understand you and who don't have space for you. Again, come home to yourself. Like, really take the time to clear out time in your day for yourself, maybe to do some new things, to do some healthy things, you know, like, there's a couple messages coming through. So I guess for some people it's going to be one way, for some people it's going to be the other way. For some of you, again, all these escapist tendencies, going on vacation, binge watching TV shows, reading, stuff like that, you know, escaping into fantasy worlds, I 100% relate to that. You know what I mean? Like, I know what it's like to live a dull, worrisome, you know, sad existence, and to just feel like, you know, video games and stories are just like so much better. Like, why would I want to be here in this real world that's filled with so much drama and so much sadness and so much heartbreak, when I can go, like I said, onto a video game, or I can watch a TV show, or I can read a book where like everything is so magical. But what I've been learning lately in my past, you know, few months of my life is that all those things that I sought out in video games, in storybooks, in TV shows, going to other places to go on vacation, like all those experiences that you get from those things, those can be your reality. But you have to believe it. And, you know, a big part of that is, like I said, maybe letting go from all the people that are telling you different, all the people that believe differently. You know, leave that with them. Trust that, you know, if they're meant to figure this out, then they will. But you need to know that all those things that you find beautiful about fantasy, you can live your fantasies. Like, whatever it is, you can live that. And that's really the last message that's coming through here from your spiritual team, and from me personally, like I said, relating very much to this energy. So now the very, very last thing that I'm gonna do here is pull some spark magic matches. We're gonna grab 2 of them for you guys. I always take 2 just in case one doesn't resonate, and in case you guys are like me and you really like, and you know what, actually, yeah, this will be a good piece of practice for you guys to, you know, turn off your brain a little bit, take a couple deep breaths, get in touch with your intuition, and see which one of these calls more to you. So I'll give you a second to do that. You can also pause it if you want to take a little bit more time. And of course, if your intuition is telling you that you want to hear both, then absolutely do that as well. So I'm going to go ahead with the first one. It says, write out all you'd like to let go of on the next full moon, then destroy the list. That's really cool. I myself have definitely been getting into tracking the phases of the moon lately. If you guys do not do that, I would, you know, suggest it. Maybe find some time to look into that and see, you know, what kind of actions are good to take with each phase of the moon. If you guys are very sensitive like me, if you have a lot of water signs in your chart like me, then you are very sensitive to the phases of the moon, and you might not realize how much it affects you as you go through, you know, your month. So yeah, write out all that you'd like to get. Write out all you'd like to let go of on the next full moon, then destroy the list. I actually did this recently, and it felt really, really good. And the way I destroyed it was by burning it, and I think that was part of why it was so satisfying. I think when you know, write down things that you're like, I release this, I let go of this, and you destroy it with fire. I don't know. There's something so primal, so magical about that. So yeah, I would highly recommend doing that. Second one, write out your career goals and keep them at your workspace. I love that. Like I said, with the Two of Wands in reverse, with the Page of Pentacles coming out, and that Seven of Cups in reverse coming out, that definitely gave me an energy of that you guys have some career goals in mind, and that you know what they are. You just need some help with moving forward and taking that great idea that you have and taking those first steps into making it a reality. So yeah, write out your career goals and keep them at your workspace. And if you don't necessarily have a workspace, which I'm sure most of you do, keep it wherever you want. That it's gonna remind you and help you stay on track. So yeah, guys, I think that's everything I have for you with this reading. And again, I was gonna mention the fact that this match came out. If you chose this one with write out all you'd like to let go of, definitely check out my other reading about what your soul wants to let go of, because that was something that, like I said, has been very healing for me. And I think with this energy that came out for you guys here, I think it might be very healing for you guys as well. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching this video and sharing your energy with me. I really, I do say this a lot, but it's because, this is something that's relatively new to me, as far as getting in touch with my psychic abilities. But to feel the energy of you guys when I do these readings, I just really feel every time like I'm talking to a friend, like I'm making a new friend, and that I really relate to all you guys who come to watch these videos. So yeah, just thank you so much for sharing your energy with me. I really wish I could give you guys a big hug, in the physical world, but hopefully you guys will take my virtual hug in place of that. And if you guys enjoyed this reading, please let me and others know by hitting that thumbs up. If there are any messages that you have for me or anyone else in this community, please express those down in the comments. And if you would like to see this channel grow and see this channel continue, please show your support by subscribing to my channel and telling any friends you have that might be into spiritual shit. So thank you guys again so much. Thank you. So much peace and love to you guys. Wishing you so much, good things, so many blessings, lots of love in 2023. And until next time, later. What up, Group 2? If you guys chose this cool little star here, this is going to be your reading as far as what to expect coming up in January 2023. Okay, so let's go ahead and kick this off with the energy check. I'm going to start with the Mystic Misfit Oracle deck here. And just asking your spiritual team, your higher self, your spirit guides, any angels that want to chime in, the universe, the great spirit, God, whatever you like to call that entity. Yeah, let's see what they got to say. So yeah, this is gonna be telling me kind of if you didn't see in the intro, this is telling me like your energy and kind of your situation going into January, and it's kind of just going to lay like kind of some themes for this reading that are going to be coming up. So yeah, energy check for group 2. What do I need to know? What do they need to know? Tome. All right. Now we're going to go to the Fantasma Oracle. I like that these are cool. They're different. They're like small. And they were really hard to shuffle at first, but I think I'm kind of getting the hang of it now. All right. Energy check for group 2, January 2023. What do you guys want me to know here? What are we getting into in January? Jeez, that's too much. All right, what are you guys hiding from me here? There's something you don't want me to know? The Scuffle. All right. That one actually flew out in that first big explosion there. And that's interesting because it flew out a bunch of cards like that, and this card looks very chaotic like that. Like there's some kind of chaos going on there. But we'll see if that means anything. Moving over to the Intuition Oracle here. Get the last little piece to your energy check here. And I've been mentioning lately, just to kind of explain and give you guys kind of a warning, that I do shuffle everything on camera because that's just how I like my channel to be. I like you guys to be able to see all that magic of, you know, me shuffling and then the cards, you know, flying out, and how they all tend to kind of be saying similar things and build this cool picture. So I hope it doesn't, you know, it's not too annoying in the downtime when I'm shuffling. So group, oh man, that one is coming right out, but did not come all the way out. Okay. Group 2, January. What's happening? Group 2. These ones keep wanting to pop out, but okay. We got those ones that did come out. So I'll let you guys kind of see the images. Right. So to start off with the tome, we have number 25. So the tome enlightens: calmness, steady, slow, devotion, wisdom, new ideas, enlightenment. Very cool. I thought that was a very good energy to come out right away. But then we also have here the Scuffle. And this is a new deck. I like to use the new decks as I get them, so that, again, it's kind of like we're both learning it together, and we can feel that feeling you get when those synchronicities come in. So the Scuffle. Don't let your confrontations move from productive and healthy to hyperbolic and silly. Otherwise, we can miss the important details and simply have bruises to show for our troubles. Interesting. There's a similar kind of message in group 1. I guess that's just the collective thing that we're all going through right now. So the inspiration. I allow inspiration to fill me so I can inspire others. Which makes sense with this tome card coming out. So, the inspiration. We are all called upon to be influencers now. The powers bestowed on each of us by technology in general and social media in particular include that of leading by being a good example, not by haranguing or diminishing others. Just as children must discover and learn how their actions affect others, adults in the 21st century must always be aware of how their words, deeds, and examples either inspire or conspire against those they interact with. We must, of course, be ourselves and not custom tailor our words and actions to pander to the whims of others and the fads of the day. We must be the change we want to see in others. There is no other way to have influence over anyone with strongly felt beliefs. Interesting. Okay. So, now, the truthful. I speak my truth and expect everyone I care about to do so too. Interesting. That's definitely going right with this one. Cultivating the habit of telling the truth to yourself enables you to be truthful with others. Examine your attitude toward telling the truth and your ability to know when others are telling the truth to you. People lie for a myriad of reasons, most of which are based on fear or greed. Even more difficult to discern are those who are telling you what they believe to be true, but what is in fact false. A highly developed intuitive sense is one of the best ways to guard against those whose words can deceive you and lead you to paths you will regret taking. It is very important to be open to hearing the truth, even if it hurts to hear it. Though it may be unpleasant, the truth can set you free from illusion or the consequences of living a lie. Rather than dismiss out of hand what makes you feel uncomfortable, it is best to open up your mind to the possibility that what you are being told may be true, even if it is only true from the point of view of the one who is speaking to you. Being open to this possibility is a sign of respect to both the person who is trying to speak their truth and to you and to the divine within us all. Okay, interesting. All right, so let me see here. So, yeah, I think with this coming out, I am getting a strong feeling that a lot of people watching this are looking to be like influencers of some kind, but obviously that's not going to be true to everybody, so I'll try to speak a little bit more generally, but just, remember that when you watch these readings, they are general for people in many different situations, so make sure you keep your situation in mind, and whatever kind of energies come out, apply that to your situation. Because I'm not really a reader that gives out too many specific examples. I like to just, like I said, talk about energy and keep it to that, and then leave it up to you guys to apply that to your specific situation. So yeah, we'll start with this tome card. The tome enlightens is the basically main idea of this. So you're definitely somebody who's getting into a position going into January where you are spreading some kind of message in some way. Like I said, maybe you're an influencer, maybe you're starting a podcast, some kind of YouTube channel, maybe a blog, maybe a vlog, something like that. Or maybe just in your job, if you work, for a company or something, you're getting into a place where, you're kind of more in the spotlight. People are listening to you. One of the words here is new ideas and wisdom. So you're in a place where you are sharing ideas, you are imparting wisdom on other people. This also doesn't even have to be career. That could be like, if you have children or something like that, or just, family members, friends. Like, you're definitely in the energy right now going into January of somebody who's been doing a lot of inner work in the past, could be years, could be months, whatever, but I'm thinking years, because I'm getting with all these cards that came out, I'm getting the energy of somebody who's, been working on things for a long time. Especially just this tome card in itself makes me think of somebody, again, the book is just a symbol, but whether it's, online, looking stuff up, you're just somebody who's constantly gathering information, and you're constantly growing, and you're constantly learning in life. And I think like I said, with everything that's coming out here together, I think what that's telling me is like now going into January, you are getting to a place where you've learned all these things, you've had all these experiences, and it's time to alchemize that into something that is going to be beneficial to others. Like I said, maybe you're writing a book, maybe you're starting some kind of, again, like I said, podcast or some creative endeavor, whatever it is, or like I said, maybe you're just getting a point in your life or in your career where you're kind of moving up and you're having people underneath you now, and there's just a lot of different ways that you can take the wisdom that you've gained from your experiences and bring that to others to help them grow. Excuse me. Okay, so then with this scuffle card coming out, kind of in the middle of everything here, and the fact that it was taking a while to come out and the fact that it came out all crazy kind of tells me that maybe you're having a little bit of trouble with this transition, that like in this process of stepping into your new role as like being some kind of teacher, like I said, you've gone through a lot and you've learned so much and you've dedicated yourself to learning and growing, that maybe when you're surrounded by people who aren't kind of at your maturity level, that you get into, scuffles with them, you get into disagreements. Excuse me. And one of the things that it said here in the description of the card, it says, don't let your confrontations move from productive and healthy to hyperbolic and silly. So it's not saying that you're not supposed to disagree with people. You definitely are supposed to disagree with people. If everybody thought the same things, the world would not be the same place. It wouldn't really function well. It wouldn't work. It's just kind of insane to think about if everybody thought the same and nobody disagreed on anything. So yeah, this is just kind of telling me that, like I said, you're kind of moving into a position of leadership, of being some type of teacher, and you're kind of getting into little arguments with people, where it's reminding me of, in tarot, there's a card that is the Five of Wands, and it talks about like you being in a team of people, and basically everybody's trying to state their own perspective, and nobody's really hearing each other out. And that kind of goes right into both of these cards, because that's kind of that energy that came from both of these cards, is like not everybody's gonna agree on everything. Like I said, that's what makes our world what it is, and honestly that's what makes it beautiful, and that's what makes it an exciting place to live, is our differences and all the different things that each individual has to bring into this world to balance it out and to add value. So yeah, I think this is telling me that it's important to keep in mind that your point of view isn't the only one. Other people's points of views are just as valid, even if you disagree, even if their viewpoints might be archaic or hurtful to others. Like, so might yours. Your viewpoints might be hurtful to other people too. Doesn't mean that it's wrong. Like, we all need to live our own truth. That's what this card is coming out to say, is I speak my truth and expect everyone I care about to do so too. And I think this is telling me as well, like, if you're somebody who's a leader, if you're somebody who's in charge, if you are a teacher, like, you need to care about the people that you are teaching, that you are leading. It's reminding me now of this show, I think it was a Netflix show called The OA, and basically this woman is talking to this teacher, and the teacher is telling her that her son in the class is too much of a distraction, and she wants to get him kicked out of the school basically. And the mom is telling the teacher like, what happened to you? Like, you're the teacher. Isn't that why you got into this? Like, your job, what you signed up for, what you wanted enough to make this your career, you were so passionate about at one point. um, and it's exactly kids like him that need your help the most. They need the most guidance. It's not the kids getting straight A's that are already going through school with such a breeze and not having a hard time. They don't need a good teacher. The 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 students that need the best teachers are the ones that have the most to learn, you know what I mean? So I think that's kind of a similar message coming through for you guys, is like, remember the reason that you were called to being a teacher, and being a leader. Like, what is the reason that got you into that? I think for most of us, it's has to do with either someone close to us, or something within ourselves that maybe we've just always felt called to, or that maybe we feel like we didn't get, or just something that we recognize in us as a strength. There's all kinds of reasons why we can get into this role, but there's also a lot of ways that we can get lost along the way. So again, with this truth of you speaking your truth and letting everybody else speak their truth, the other thing that comes in with this inspiration card is, kind of basically the simple way that it just popped in my head is like, you do you, let other people do them. So like it said, the inspiration, I really like the way that they put it in here. I think it was the last sentence. Yeah. We must be the change we want to see in others. There is no other way to have influence over anyone with strongly felt beliefs. So yeah, when it comes to you having your very strong beliefs, and let's say you get in a scuffle or a disagreement with somebody else who has a very strong belief that might be opposite of yours, there's no way you're going to change their mind. For example, me doing this tarot stuff, and I'm sure a lot of you guys too, being into tarot stuff and crystals and divination, all that kind of stuff, people who are heavily religious will tell you that God doesn't want us doing these things. These are tools of the devil. We're gonna go to hell if we do these kind of things. Like, and by you fighting with that person and being like, oh no, well, I believe this and this and this and that, you're wrong, that's just gonna then make them angry and make them stick to their guns even more. There's no changing somebody's mind when they have rigid beliefs. They're not going to change your mind, you're not going to change their mind. But by you kind of, instead of playing into that energy where they're telling you how to live your life, so then you have to tell them how to live their life, rather than coming back at them with your beliefs and explaining yourself, because we don't have to fucking explain ourselves. Like, we can live our own truth, and that doesn't need explanation. Like, we are all allowed to live the lives that we feel is right to live. But again, when you're trying to explain that to somebody else, then it automatically negates that. It puts power into other people telling you what to do. So what would be more effective is to just be like, hey, thank you for looking out for me. I see your, look for the deeper. Just think like, what would spirit do? Spirit is a guiding light for us. Spirit is this ultimate unconditional love. It loves every single person in the world equally. It doesn't judge people, based off everything they do like we do as humans. They just give unconditional love to any and every living thing. So again, rather than getting upset at this person for having the beliefs that they have, instead see just understand that, they were brought up the way they were brought up and they choose to believe what they believe. You're not going to change that. So kind of let that out the window. Don't try to make it your mission to change their idea, because like I said, at the end of the day, their stuff belongs in the world just as much as ours. As much as we might not like it and we might not agree with the things that they do and the pain that their stuff causes, they feel the same way about us. It's not up to us to fight about that. It's up to us to live our spiritual path. It's up to them to live their spiritual path. So, I think it's just telling me that it will give you peace in those situations to just be like, you know what? This person believes what they believe. I really don't agree with it. But, they're telling me this because they're spiritual too. They believe in God too. Yeah, they believe that, if you do things like witchcraft and believe in magic, that you're going to go to hell. And, people like you and I definitely don't believe that. But at the end of the day, they're trying to save us. They're trying to save our souls. So, at the end of the day, you can just take it as that and be like, okay, you know what? Thank you. Thank you for looking out for me, and trying to keep me out of hell. But, I like this stuff, and this is what I believe in. I'm not going to stop doing that. But, thank you for looking out. Like, have a blessed day or whatever. Like, don't make it this big scuffle where you're going back and forth and you're trying to prove their point and you're trying to prove your point, they're trying to prove their point. That just makes you exhausted in the end. And yeah, what did it say on this scuffle card? It says, otherwise, we can miss the important details and simply have bruises to show for our troubles. So yeah, it's just going to end up draining your energy. It's just going to leave you with hatred in your heart for certain types of people in the world. Now you're going to be judging all people that are religious as bad, and that's really not helpful. Like I said, at the end of the day, what we all really want is peace and love, like, I mean, I guess not everybody, and not everybody is peaceful type of person. There are all different types of people in this world. Some people are warrior archetypes, some people are teacher archetypes. So again, we can't expect everybody to be like us. If everybody was a teacher, who would be the student? You know what I mean? That's just not how it goes. And sorry, I feel like I'm not being very concise with my explanations here, but I hope it's all kind of staying together in some way. But yeah, it's what the energy I'm getting here of you guys going into January 2023 is you're stepping into a teaching role. You're finding yourself, because of your high position and your very strong beliefs, that you're encountering people that don't share those same beliefs, and some people have opposite beliefs, and it's leaving you drained to try to fight against these people. So some advice coming in already is to, like I said, look, as spiritual people, and I think you are a spiritual teacher, that what I always say is, when you're spiritual, you look underneath the surface. You don't just look at the surface of, oh, I had this conversation with a friend recently of, in the spiritual community, a lot of people have a very adverse reaction to the word God. They will not say the word God. If somebody uses the word God to describe spirit or the universe or whatever, they automatically think, oh, this person's religious. Oh, this person believes in heaven and hell or whatever. They make all these assumptions based off this one word. But it's like, if you're truly spiritual, and again, that's me kind of doing a similar thing where it's saying like, this is truly spiritual and this is not truly spiritual. But again, nobody's perfect. We're trying to find a balance here and do the best we can. But in my belief, when you're truly close to spirit, you look past the surface. You don't just see what somebody wears and say, oh, they're this type of person. You don't just hear the type of words that somebody uses. You know, for example, if somebody cusses a lot, you might be like, oh, that person's not intelligent. Oh, that person's stupid because they use all these cuss words. But you don't know that. They could be just as intelligent as anybody else. That's just how they like to talk. Like, you have to look past the surface when you're judging people. If you're trying to be, you know, a little bit closer to spirit on that spiritual path. So yeah, main themes kind of coming up for you going into January is, like I said, you being a teacher, you encountering opposition and different beliefs than yours. To remember that when you are somebody who's being looked up to, it is very important that it is most important the example you set, not what you tell everybody to do. Or, you know, you don't want to become one of those teachers that's like, do as I say, not as I do. People don't listen to those kind of teachers. People don't believe in those kind of teachers. But it's like, you set the example, you live what you preach, you practice what you preach. Okay. And then with truthful, I speak my truth and expect everyone I care about to do so as well. Again, that's you being able to speak your truth and being able to let other people speak their truth and not try to stifle them or negate anything they're saying as not true. We all have truth in what we're saying. Like I said, with the religious person, just because they think that I'm going to hell doesn't mean that they don't also want, you know, want a better world, or want everybody to be safe and happy. You know what I mean? Like I said, they're trying to save us from this stuff because they think it's evil, and they think that if we drop this stuff, we'll have a better life. So like I said, if you can look past the surface of somebody attacking your ego and being like, oh, well, I like this stuff, if you don't like it, then you're against me, like, kind of see underneath that and see where they're coming from, a place of, oh, they have faith in something too, and they're thinking, you know, that if I don't do this stuff, that it will save me or like be healthy for me in some way. So yeah, don't want to keep talking too much in circles around that. So I'll go ahead and put these aside, and we will move on to the Tarot of the Divine, and go ahead and ask your spiritual team, what are some blessings that are coming in for you guys in January? So what are some things that are going to help you in this next month? What are some things that you can look forward to? What are some... Geez, that did not even shuffle. Yeah, what are some advantages that are coming to you when it comes to this next chapter as far as January? Let's see. Blessings for group 2. What do we got? All right. Man, I don't know what it is with you guys with these cards that like halfway come out and then go back in. Ooh, 3 of Swords. Interesting. Okay. I swear, a lot of times for me, and when I watch other readers as well, it's like these cards come out, and when they first come out, you're like, how in the world is that like positive? That's always like a negative card. And then you hear the explanation, or you know, something pops in from spirit, and you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That specific message had to come through in that abstract way with that card. But anyways, that's just me kind of getting into this 3 of Swords as being your first blessing for January. So the 3 of Swords represents people's words hurting you, people's actions hurting you. It's a card of heartbreak. So as far as blessings that are coming to you in January, I think that what this is telling me is that as far as your path in this position of influence, it's you're gonna experience people kind of, for lack of a better word, kind of shitting on you and coming at you. Like, I think you are going to be getting some um, haters or whatever, naysayers. You're going to be getting in, possible scuffles with people. People are going to be coming at you, like I said, with the opposite viewpoints that you have. But the reason that it's going to be a blessing is because it's going to teach you more. It's going to give you more wisdom. Like I said, this tome energy is being enlightened. So not only is that part of your purpose, as far as enlightening other people, but when you're a teacher, you are somebody who has to learn the most because you're teaching. Like, if you're not if you're not learning all the time, then how are you going to be teaching other people? They would be teaching you. They would know more than you. So, again, this is a very highly respected energy to be in. To be entrusted as a teacher is no small thing, and Spirit is absolutely entrusting you guys with that. You guys are up to the task. You guys are choosing this, and I think this is just telling you that, with choosing this path of, like I said, being a leader, being some kind of teacher, you are going to get people around that disagree with you, but at the end of the day, that's going to help you. That's going to make you see the world as more of a whole. It's going to make you stronger, because you're going to find a way to, rather than always letting these swords stick in your heart and like carry them with you, you're going to find a way to either just let them bounce off, or, in the beginning, kind of let them hit you, sting a little bit, but, change your patterns, where instead of, oh, this person, came at me with their words, now I got to come back at them with my words. Like, that's not exactly the best example to set, right? So I think part of what you have to teach people is how to deal. I think you're teaching this world how to be more accepting of each other. I think that's part of your purpose that's coming through. So as far as blessings coming in for you in January, like I said, one of the things is to be exposed. You're going to be very exposed to all the hurtful things that people can say, and all the opposing energies that people can bring to, what you're trying to do. And it's going to teach you a lot, and it's actually going to help you on your path. I hope that's not being too vague, but I'm sure it'll make a lot of sense to you guys, especially as you go through the month, and especially, like I said, knowing your specific situation. Like I said, especially if you are an influencer, like, this is definitely a huge blessing to get this out of the way sooner rather than later, because again, with social media and technology being what it is, especially if you're going to put yourself on a platform where you are visible to many people and you are influencing many people, there's going to be so many people coming to take shots at you. And if you start like fighting with those people and wasting your energy responding to these people, like, that's going to totally take away from what you're trying to do with your message. That's going to, it's not going to make more people look up to you to see that you're living in that low vibrational energy. Like, these haters, they're coming with very low vibrational energy. That's what they do. They're looking for attention. They're looking for significance by going onto somebody else's channel or somebody's page who has worked really hard to build it up to something that people are giving a lot of attention to, and they sneak in there and then they try to get attention because they know there's a lot of people interacting with that thing. So again, like, it will be a blessing for you to learn that ignoring those type of people is the most powerful thing you can do. I literally just heard earlier today from Julissa's messages. I don't know if you guys listen to her readings, but I do. I think she's super fun, and she's always super spot on with the stuff that she channels. But she was talking about how, psychologically we know that when children, when they throw tantrums and they act up and they do, these behaviors that we don't want, it's because they're trying to get attention. And it's scientifically proven that if you ignore those behaviors, that the child, and as adults, many of us are grown children, if you ignore those behaviors, then they will try to find another way to get your attention, and usually it'll be a more respectful, more positive one. And whether that happens or not with these type of people that are going to be coming throwing jabs at you, at the very least, you're not giving them any of your energy. You're not giving them any recognition, and they'll just fall by the wayside. And if you are somebody who has followers, or you are some type of influencer, I think it's a message coming through right now too, is to build a communication with your community to let them know that the best thing they can do is ignore those types of people too, because then we want comments on our stuff. More comments drives more traffic and all that stuff, but again, I'm sure the people that you're trying to teach, you don't want them dealing with this negative energy either. So I think that's a message that you can come through with, and an idea that you can bring to the world is when people come through with bad vibes, the best thing you can do is just ignore them and let them see that behavior is not going to get the reaction they want, and that they need to figure out a better way to interact with people. So blessing for you there. You're going to be definitely learning how to better deal with, like I said, these hater type of energies. With the 9 of Wands coming out in reverse, as far as blessings, I think that's telling me that because the 9 of Wands talks about kind of putting up walls sometimes. Yeah, okay, so I guess that's one thing that's coming up. 9 of Wands can talk about putting up walls to protect yourself, because you've been, maybe you're going through some scuffles, you're going through a challenging period, maybe you've been fighting with people. So you start to put up walls to be oh man, everybody's always disagreeing with me, everybody's always giving me a hard time, I'm just going to put up a wall and shut everybody out. And while that's good to protect us for a little bit, like I said, if you're trying to be somebody who's in the spotlight, who has a platform, who has people, looking to them for advice, for guidance, that's not going to be helpful. So I think one of the blessings coming for you is that in January you will be taking these walls down. I think that will very much be a blessing for you. So I guess it's not necessarily a blessing coming in for you, but it's interesting. Yeah, because in the first group it seemed like it was blessings that were coming for them. But for you, I think because you are such a wise, smart, kind of spiritual teacher and a leader, your blessings are coming kind of from you. Like I said, the blessing is not that people are going to be talking shit to you. The blessing is that you're finding a way to turn that into a blessing for yourself. You're getting the blessing from that. With this 9 of Wands, again, it's not that anybody's going to come and take down your walls for you. The blessing is that you are strong enough and you're wise enough to know that it's time to take those walls down, and to be more accepting of everybody, and accept that everybody can be your student, no matter how tough it might seem to change their mind. Like I said, even if it gets to a way where nothing you can say can change somebody's mind. You being yourself and living your truth is the strongest thing you can do to have effect on anybody in the world. You know, think about it. People who have millions and millions of followers, you know, what are they doing every day? They're doing what they want to do. They're living their dreams. They're not, you know, I mean, some people do censor themselves a little bit or whatever, but for the most part, people who get the most attention are people who are living their truth, because people see that and they aspire to that. They're like, oh, I wish I could do that. Like, you know what I mean? I wish my job was something that I loved, and I wish my job didn't feel like such a hassle. I wish I loved doing my job and that my job appreciated me and valued me for what I'm worth. You know what I mean? All this kind of stuff. So that's, like I said, another blessing coming for you. I think another thing with the Nine of Wands talks about a struggle, like you're going through this battle. And I think with this coming out in reverse and coming as a blessing for January is, I think in January, like I said, even with people like maybe talking shit to you, that even that's not going to be so much of a struggle anymore. And like I said, with your energy going into January being with this scuffle, and now this Nine of Wands coming out as a blessing, I think that it's telling me that you're going to be fighting a lot less. Hopefully this message sticks and you see this, you know, within the first week or so of the month, and you start seeing those results of like, oh, okay, yeah, like it's not that, you know, the universe is bringing me extra struggles. It's that I'm kind of making the struggles a little worse than they have to be because I'm putting so much energy towards it. But once you stop, like I said, you start ignoring the haters and the shit talkers, and you stop trying to debate with people. I mean, debating is okay, but like I said, when it turns from a debate into a straight up argument, like that's when it drains your energy, and that's when it feels like you're just battling and you're fighting this, you know, losing battle, and you're getting so drained from it. So yeah, a blessing coming for you in January is definitely that things aren't going to feel so tough anymore, because you're going to be a little more calm and centered, and, you know, getting even wiser and learning how to deal with difficult people. And yeah, goes right into the Queen of Swords here. Queen of Swords is somebody who is, you know, a master of their thoughts. They're somebody who can be seen as kind of cold, but I think it's more playing towards the part of the Queen of Swords where it's somebody who's very discerning. Somebody, when I think of the Queen of Swords, it's like somebody who, you know, doesn't bullshit. Like, they will be straight up with people, and they won't take any bullshit from anybody else, but they will sit and hear you out. And that kind of came out earlier with the scuffle. And the truthful card that came out is like, you know, you're gonna have your truth, other people are gonna have their truth, but, you know, as far as you being the one in the position of leadership, and the position of power, like, it is up to you to decide ultimately, you know, what your decision is as far as if something's acceptable or not. Oh yeah, and this card also talked about, you know, being very discerning of who's telling you the truth and who isn't, and when you're being honest with yourself, and when you're being honest with other people, and when you're not. So with this Queen of Swords coming out as a blessing, I think it's definitely telling me that, coming into January, like, and throughout January, you're definitely going to be blessed with this kind of mental clarity, as far as being able to tell when people are telling the truth and when they're not. and like I said, one of the big things with this is being able to listen to other people. So one thing that's going to be a blessing for you, and that might, make more people flock to you, is the fact that you don't just dismiss other people's beliefs. Like I said before, with the whole religion um, analogy, some people, they will just dismiss other people off the bat because of some small belief. Like I said, because they use the word God, boom, you're dismissed as you can't be my type of spiritual, you can't fit in my community because you use the word God, so you're just brainwashed and blah blah blah. Like, one blessing that you have is that you are able to hear people out, and like I said, see beneath those surface level things. And I think that's really going to attract more people to your message, more people to you as the person in the spotlight. They're going to be like, oh damn, like this person this person is so put together, like, rather than you. Yeah, that's also another thing that the Queen of Swords talks about, is the Queen of Swords is not somebody who's like gonna pop off based off their emotions. And especially when it comes to social media, or being in a position of power, like if you're the boss and you're popping off on people, um, people aren't gonna trust you. People aren't gonna want to work for you. People aren't gonna want to follow you. Whatever it is, the position that you're in. But when you can keep yourself composed, and when somebody's coming to you with bullshit, and say like you're the boss of something, somebody's coming to you with some bullshit, and you have somebody over here on the side that's watching, somebody who's not in this who's not blessed with this Queen of Swords energy, um, might pop off to this person, and then the other person sees that, and then they're like, oh, what the hell, like this person is not professional, like that's not cool. And then all of a sudden your team is like against you rather than wanting to follow you. But if you're here and this person's bringing you bullshit, and you stand there and you listen to them, and you keep yourself very composed, and then you come back at them with maybe like a question of like, oh really, like you can't do this because of that, like, well, what about this? Or I said this in an interview one time. They asked me, like, what would you do if people were if the people, basically, my that's interesting because that totally relates here. The job I was going for was like to be in charge of training, um, for the store that I was working at. I mean, I guess I can say it's Whole Foods Market, which I don't work there anymore. But at the time, I was interviewing for a position where I would be in charge of training for the whole store, and basically I would have to be dealing with the managers of each department to making sure that they're getting their training stuff done on time. And the question that was asked to me in the interview was, okay, what if you're talking to these managers and they say, oh, I don't have time for that, like come back later, or when am I supposed to be able to do that? um, and I very much took this Queen of Swords stance and said, um, you know I, I I don't believe in fighting with people. If somebody came to me with some kind of excuse like that, then what I try to do is, rather than telling them, oh, you need to do this, being demanding, I ask questions. I give them more responsibility, because they're trying to put the responsibility on me when really it's their job. So I try to put it back on them with a simple question, and by staying calm. Like I said, I'm not going to react emotionally and be like, hey, this is your fucking job, don't talk to me like that, like I'm above you, blah blah blah. Like, that's not going to make anybody respect you. But if somebody comes up and tries to give you an excuse like that and say, oh, I don't have time for that, then you stand there and you listen and you say, oh, okay. Let them vent or whatever. If they're like, oh, I got this and this and this to worry about, like I don't have time to do that. And you say, okay, well, when what would it take for you to have the time to do that? Like, what do you need to be able to do that? Because at the end of the day, like, they're the manager, they could find a way, they just don't want to, and they're trying to make it your problem. So I put it back on them and say, okay, well, I try to take away the excuse. So anyways, long-winded explanation from my own life, but that's the energy I'm getting here. Is as far as you being in this position, where you're, having a larger platform, having more people, more eyes on you, essentially. A big blessing for you is going to be, that you can keep your calm, and that you can stay level-headed, and that, your quick wit and your intellect, will really make people respect you. So yeah, those are your blessings coming in January. Coming up, let's go ahead now and move into the challenges and lessons that are coming for you in January. Honestly, it felt like some of those blessings were kind of like challenges and lessons in themselves. So, I mean, you guys, like I said, you must just be very, very strong, very wise, very dedicated people, that, are very, very capable of handling themselves, and that take a lot of pride in what they do. Because, yeah, there wasn't really a whole lot there that was telling me, oh, you're going to be blessed with good finances, or this person's going to come in and give you this this leg up. Like, nope, that was all stuff that you're going to be doing to bring in to bless yourself. So, much respect to you. You are a very powerful person. But yeah, let's go ahead and ask now, what are some challenges and lessons coming for you in January? I always have that moment where I gotta check if I'm recording. Okay, so challenges and lessons coming in January. All right, and if one more pops out, it's meant to be. If not, then that's it. Interesting. All right. Ooh, okay. All right, so challenges and lessons for January. Okay, so first, Queen of Coins, also known as Queen of Pentacles. With this energy, one thing that's going to be challenging for you, and that's going to teach you a big lesson, is being generous with what you have. So maybe, I don't know if this is having to do with finances in particular. This might just be talking about kind of like the knowledge that you have. But yeah, it's telling me that there's some kind of challenge about you being nurturing with your abundance. It's not too clear right now, so I will come back to it, but I'm gonna move on to this Nine of Cups. So with the Nine of Cups, it's talks about like this moment of feeling satisfied with what you have. Like, you're happy where you're at. You're not ecstatic. One thing that Kino always says on her channel, Kino Tarot, is, the Nine of Cups is being content, and it's having what you want, and it's fulfilling your wishes, but it's not the Ten of Cups. It's not this ultimate happiness. It's not the happily ever after. So with a challenge for January, I think with the Nine of Cups coming out as a challenge, I think it's something that's going to be challenging for you, and a lesson for you to learn is thinking about like what are you content with? Like, what is enough for you? Especially, if we're talking about being an influencer, or having some kind of social platform or anything like that, or again, like I said, just being some kind of teacher, being in some kind of leadership position. Like I said, maybe you're a parent, maybe you're a caretaker of some kind, whatever it is. that you're in this position of leadership and people having eyes on you and being basically like a role model for others. One thing that's going to be challenging for you is thinking about like what is your definition of success? Like what does success mean to you? What does fulfillment mean to you? Is fulfillment, you know, this many followers? Is it this amount of money? You know, what is it? Because it can be so easy for us to just um not be consciously choosing those metrics for what we we use to measure our success. So this is telling me that one challenge posed to you and one lesson that you can learn if you step up to this challenge is to learn that success and emotional fulfillment is completely based off you and your unique personal feelings and aspirations and intuition. Um, Again, a lot of times teachers, they don't make a lot of money. A lot of teachers are not in it for the money. They're in it because it's emotionally fulfilling for them to to be guiding young minds or old minds, whatever it is, whoever it is that you're teaching. The fulfillment comes from, like I said, being that example, from knowing that you are adding value to the world in a way that's not just based on you getting all the clout and getting all the recognition. So I guess that will lead me into the Queen of Pentacles here. It's making a little bit more sense. So with the challenge and lesson with this Queen of Coins here, it is thinking about your relationship to money and financial status. You know, a lot of us, we want to be this Queen of Coins. We want to be somebody who is, you know, very wealthy and abundant and who's able to spoil people and shower people with that abundance and be like, hey, you know, I'm doing so well now, which again, doing well does not just mean I'm making a lot of money. Like, doing well for one person might mean, yeah, I make this amount of dollars a year and I drive this kind of car, like, and they feel like they're doing well. But a lot of those people, that's not even why they're doing it. They're doing that to keep up with the Joneses, or they're doing that to keep up appearances, or they're doing that to keep up with somebody else's idea of success. But again, I'm not going to shame anybody for wanting a certain amount of money or for wanting certain types of cars. Like, that's not for me to look down on, you know, like we talked about. Everybody has their own way that they want to live, and we should be able to hear that out and accept that. But with these cards coming out, it's definitely telling me that for you, this might not be the case. For you, maybe up to this point, you are caught up kind of in that zeitgeist that floats around, that, you know, it's the only if you have more than 1 million followers, only if you have X amount of subscribers or whatever, only if you make this amount of money a year, only if you have the title of CEO, or, you know what I mean, like, manager means you're better than a supervisor, or all these types of things, like title status, um pay rate. Like, these things are easy to judge people by, and that's what a lot of people choose to, like I said, measure their success with. But I think this is definitely telling me that a challenge for you and a big lesson that you're going to learn in January is that those things, again, when we're talking about spirituality, it goes much deeper than that. It's not just about these surface level things of, I have this position at this school, or I have this position at this company, or I work for this company, period, like, or I make this amount of money every year. You look deeper than those things and you say, okay, but like, what do you do on a daily basis? How do you feel when you're getting ready to go to work? Like me right now, I work at a doggy daycare as my, as my job, and I fucking love it. Like, when I get up every day, I'm excited to go see those dogs. I'm excited to go take care of them, you know what I mean? That fulfills me. And I don't have to deal with fucking stupid people all day, honestly. Like, so again, doesn't matter that I'm not making a whole bunch of money. Like, I feel content. I feel happy with that because, like I said, the feeling I have, I'm not stressed out going into work. I'm not like, oh, I'm gonna have to deal with this today and this person and this and that. It's like, oh my god, I'm gonna get to see Sparky and Fido, and you know what I mean. Those are just made up names, but like, I'm thinking about the how I'm excited to go to work, and then, you know, when I have my days off or when I get off of work, I'm not taking any of that home. I'm not like, oh, is this dog taking care of, or is this person taking care of this? Like, I know everything's taken care of. Like, they're dogs, they're simple. You just gotta like feed them and pick up their poop and whatever. Like, I don't have to take my work home with me. The job is done for me when I leave, and somebody else comes in to take over. So again, enough about my personal experiences, but again, you guys can kind of relate that to your situation and say, look beyond just the pay. Like, if you get paid enough to survive, like, I'm content with that. A lot of people are content with that, and that's enough while you maybe do something to build your dreams on the side, like I am doing here with this YouTube channel. And like I said, this is very fulfilling to me as well, whether I get a bunch of recognition from it or not. This is something where before I'm going to do it, I'm super excited. And after I'm done, I feel like I did something good and this is what I meant to do. Um, so, again, yeah, when it comes to your guys' position, whatever it is, some challenges and lessons coming for you are: what does success look like to you? And what is your relationship with money, and why do you want to have so much money? Is it for you? Is it for things that you want to do? Or is it because you want to, you know, flex in some way? Or is it because you're trying to give to other people, like, which is a beautiful thing. It's beautiful to want to have money to provide for those around you, but at the end of the day, they again, there's a difference between enough and having like a whole bunch extra. So I think it's just asking to think about that, like, what do you need, and what is like extra stuff that you don't need. um yeah. And then with this tower coming out in reverse, so the tower talks about this big moment where kind of something happens and throws your whole world for a loop. um, and your tower is crumbling because it's built on a shaky foundation. So when this comes out in reverse, it can mean a few things. With this coming out as a challenge or a lesson, I think it's telling me that there's, as your path is right now, there are maybe some things in your life that are built on a shaky foundation. And I mean, the fact that these are all coming out together, I think what that is your idea of success, kind of where you're going, um, the way that you're measuring your success. Um, and I think this is coming in to say that your challenge and your lesson with this is to make sure that you think about these things and build a more solid foundation that's more in line with your highest good. Um, like I said, that's free of anyone else's opinions. That's free of anyone else's definitions of what success is to you, of what abundance is to you. Um, because again, depending on what type of life you live, um, the same amount of money can be very different to different people. For one person, if they're living a more simple life, like, for example, $50,000 a year, that's a lot of money. That's enough for them. That's enough for them to have what they need, and that's enough to give to the people they love. But for somebody who lives this life of, like I said, trying to flex, trying to have the most expensive designer things or whatever everybody else has, um, or have the nicest looking apartment with a really high amount of rent to pay, like, for those people $50,000 is not enough. So then they have to go get a job that they hate to be able to keep up with all the expensive things that they don't even in reality want. So again, it's just knowing, like I said, but there are people who know what they like. They like nice things, and they know a job that they can get into where they make lots of money to pay for that. Like I said, I'm never trying to just shame people for wanting to make more money. That's never the thing, but I'm just saying, as far as when it comes to you, think about really restructuring your mind, your mindset, when it comes to these things, as far as success and material abundance, because otherwise, something will come in, and this tower moment will happen, where, like, all of a sudden it is shown to you that you're doing too much to keep up with things that you don't even believe in. So yeah, that's the challenges and lessons that I have for you guys for January. Now let's go ahead on to the inner child healing portion of this reading. Man, your guys' reading is like very much challenging energy to read the whole way through. I think I don't know, maybe you guys are just very, very deep, have a deep mind. It's hard to kind of get a grasp on, but I don't know what it is. It's like I'm struggling. Yeah, I guess you guys are like very smart, so maybe it's challenging my brain a little bit to kind of figure out these things that are going through your mind. But yeah, I hope it's been helpful so far, been illuminating these messages from your spirit team. Now let's go ahead and see for January what type of inner child healing that you guys are going to be dealing with, because we are always in a constant process of healing our inner child. That's why I try to bring these out in every single reading, just so we can stay in touch with our inner child, because when we don't, and we just see ourselves as just adults, like, and the childhood part is over and done with, that's when we don't see the things from our childhood and how they affect us. And they can really affect us, in very powerful ways that we don't want. So I think it's very important to stay conscious of these types of things. So inner child healing for group 2 for January. Okay, well, you got 2. So let's see. All right, we have Ronan with play. And we have Blair with rebellion. Okay, so let's see what kind of messages we have here. Hopefully these will kind of make a little more sense of everything else as well. So first one, Ronan with play. We have Ronan's the name and adventure's the game. My kind of adventure, that is. Rules are boring. I don't have a lot of close friends, but I do have a lot of fun. I love to play pranks, but not everyone thinks my kind of pranks are funny. I get in trouble a lot, mostly because people don't understand me. I was raised in the dumpster and I had to learn to survive and have fun on my own. When children are raised without structure, support, or stability, they create their own. Humans are biologically wired to survive, and so survival skills are developed. Unfortunately, those skills aren't always healthy or skilled. It's important to look at the behaviors and patterns we created to survive and remember that who our circumstances forced us to be periodically does not have to remain the same. It's time to learn more healthy skills. Ronin is here to bring you back in line with your essence. Your inner child is feeling restless and bored, and when that happens, they tend to self-sabotage and take play a little too far. Ronin learned the hard way that balance is critical. It's important to think outside the box and live in your own lane, but you don't have to be lonely or miserable while doing it. On the contrary, when you tune into yourself and that restless inner child, you'll find a need for fun and fulfillment. So how can you find something that allows you both? Interesting. Okay, and then they always come with a mantra, and a mantra is, something that you can repeat that will help with healing this energy. So for Ronin with play, the mantra is, I am fulfilled and open to fun. And then there's also some remedies and journaling questions that can also help with, healing this energy. So yeah, I think with this card specifically, what it's telling me is that, some people have this work hard, play hard mentality, and they can kind of get burnt out on that and kind of lose balance. Yeah, like I said earlier, when it comes to thinking about your fulfillment, sometimes, yeah, like I said, with that Queen of Pentacles coming out and the Nine of Cups talking about, what we're satisfied with and what we're doing for money and what we're doing for fulfillment, the fact that fulfillment is coming out here and also fun, I think really ties in with that. So I think the main message that I'm getting from this is that, maybe you learned growing up that like work is work and it's not supposed to be fun, it's just supposed to be for money, and then when you're outside of work, then that's where you have fun and that's where you let loose, and then you forget about work and then you go back to work, and then it's all work work work, and then you're outside of work and it's all play play play. And I have learned personally in my life that that's not a fulfilling balance, because one, if you're just working for the money, there's no fulfillment there. I mean, there is some fulfillment because you have money to do the things that you do for play when you get outside of work, but it's like that's not balance. That's going 100% on this thing and 100% on the other thing. Where, like I said, when I describe my situation, that I actually enjoy going to work, a lot of people don't have that. And like I described, in my free time, I do stuff like this where it's also kind of work, but it is also fun. So I think that's maybe what your spirit team is coming through to tell you here, as far as your inner child might have learned that, the way to keep your life structured is to work really hard at your job and make the most money possible, and then when you're outside of work, you use that money to to play and, and have fun and relieve your stress and things like that. Um, but I think this is kind of bringing in uh, a suggestion to heal that and look for balance to where you can be fulfilled and open to fun. So, like, where maybe your job can be fulfilling in itself, and your job, you can also have fun at your job. Like, the only difference between people who have fun at their job and people who don't are, it's like a mindset thing. It's like, what do you accept? What do you believe you deserve? Do you think it's possible to have a job that you enjoy? Because if you're one of those people that says, like, oh, I wish my hobby could be my job or whatever, like that, like kind of talking down on people who have fun at their job. Where did you learn that from? Were people telling you that growing up, that, like, work isn't supposed to be fun, work is just supposed to be work, and people who have fun at work, like, are not taking life as seriously or something like that, or they're losers because they don't make as much money? Like, but do you really believe that? Because I think with these cards that are coming out, I mean, it's at least something to think about. I'm not going to tell you how you feel or what you believe. I'm just feeling the energy right now from the cards. But what I'm getting from this Ronin card with play is maybe to start rethinking how you structure your life and find a little bit more balance where you can have fun at work and you can be fulfilled with the work that you do. And that when you're outside of work, you're not going to feel so pressured to play so hard and maybe, spend all your money so that you're back to square one, and then you have to go back and work so hard to make more money for, like, your next big spending of, what I mean, everything that. So yeah, that might be part of this Queen of Pentacles, is maybe you're too giving with your money. Maybe, like, you make a lot of money and then you have, like, friends around you that you go out with after work or on your weekends or whatever, and then you're like, let me buy all the drinks, or let me buy dinner for everybody, or things like that, because it makes you feel good. It makes you feel like you're working for something, when in reality it's just keeping you stuck in this cycle of being stuck at a job that you don't really like, um, and not really having as much as you wish you had to show for it, because you're giving it all away to look for that feeling of fulfillment, because it does fulfill you to do things for other people, but you're doing it in such a way where you're not left with much, for yourself. So yeah, and then also thinking about, the things you do for play. Is there maybe other things you could be doing for play that might be more balanced, more healthy for you, and more aligned with what you truly want? Or are you just doing things that everybody else does because that's what everybody else does on the weekend, you know what I mean? But is there something maybe that you want to do that's, like, kind of weird and not what everybody wants to do around you? Like, you don't have to do everything with all your friends. You can do stuff by yourself, or maybe find some new friends who like to do other things. So again, I feel like I'm getting a little vague, but hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Definitely January, think about healing your relationship and things you learned as a child, as far as your relationship to work and play. Now, number 2, Blair with Rebellion. All right. Born into the wrong world, or so she thought. Blair runs away from authority and all that seeks to shape her, but in doing so, she also runs away from herself. The terror she feels at the thought of being held down or controlled consumes her. And so Blair has spent her life proving to the world just how different she is. When Blair comes to visit, it is a sign that you might be losing yourself to rebellion. There is safety in being you, but you must stop running and simply face who you are. Can you see that rebellion is just the same as conforming? Your actions are based in defiance of the norm, not necessarily based on what is in alignment and truth with your soul. Anyone can rebel, anyone can conform, but it takes a true warrior and fierce dedication to simply be whoever they are. Can you see the amount of authority you have given rebellion, going against the status quo? What would it feel like to unplug from rebellion and simply be with the stillness of your soul? And then the mantra for this energy with the Blair card is, it is safe to create my own path. As long as I understand myself, I am okay. And then there's some remedies and journaling questions as far as healing that type of energy. So yeah, with this Blair card, with rebellion, that's definitely, speaking back to these initial cards that came out with the truthful, the inspiration, and even the scuffle. We were talking about getting in disagreements with people, so maybe that's why that came out. And it's interesting, like I said, things were kind of not so clear, but this is kind of tying things together, giving me this information as far as your inner child healing that is calling to be done this next month. Like I said, maybe when you get into disagreements with people, like I said, your reaction is to go against them, is to rebel against them, when really what you actually want is to just be yourself and to be accepted for who you are. But because you're letting the fact that this other person doesn't accept who you are make you feel unaccepted, then you're subject to reacting in that way where you rebel, and you're like, oh well, if we go to that example I gave earlier of somebody being religious and telling me that all this stuff's going to send me to hell and it's the devil or whatever, then if I was subject to this rebellious energy, I would be like, oh yeah, well, you know what? Actually, I do worship the devil. I think the devil's awesome and God sucks. Like, I would just go even further and say things that I don't even believe just to rebel against this other person, because that would make me feel more powerful or make me feel like I'm winning the exchange, when in reality I believe what I believe, and I can just sit and be okay with that, and I can sit and be okay with that other person believing what they believe. So I think that's definitely a message coming through there. And then, like I said, with this truthful card and the inspiration, again, with you being in a position of power and being in a position of leadership and having these eyes on you and having people looking up to you, people looking up to you for an example, people looking up to you for guidance. I think that, yeah, the most powerful thing you can do is to figure out who you are, and no matter what anybody else says, don't let that change you. Just be totally yourself. Like I said, have that Queen of Swords energy where you can just sit and hear people out, and then stay level-headed and not react by rebelling. That's definitely making more sense of this card as well. And remember, this was a blessing that's coming for you. So yeah, I think you will be working to heal this this part of your inner child when it comes to rebelling, just for the sake of rebelling against somebody, and learning how to stand in your own power and speak your truth while still letting other people have their own truth. And by doing that, you're going to inspire many people. You're going to inspire them to not have to be so reactive to people who have ill intentions, to be able to keep inner peace in the face of people who are looking to disturb that. So yeah, like I said, you guys are very powerful. You're being given this position for a reason, but it's something that I know you and that spirit takes very seriously. So it takes some work, and like I said, being a teacher, you're constantly having to learn, you're constantly having to grow. Like I said, if you're a parent, you are definitely never ever done learning, and as soon as you stop, that's when you create trauma for your child, because you think you have it all figured out and you don't have anything to learn, and you don't think that there's ways that you can be a better parent or a better caretaker or whatever it is that you are. So like I said, so much respect to you guys. I am not gonna say that January is gonna be the easiest month that you've ever had, but I definitely think it's gonna be a very fulfilling one. I think it's gonna be a very valuable one. I think it's gonna help you build a really strong foundation going into the rest of the year. And I showed in the last group that I got this thing from the dollar store, as I mentioned in the intro. But it says, "You are powerful, beautiful, brilliant, and brave." And I was called to give you guys that affirmation there. Hopefully you guys can, maybe say that to yourselves a little more often, because you are absolutely all of those things. I feel that energy strongly from you guys. Like I said, Spirit wouldn't have made you this type of teacher, this inspiration for people if you weren't up to the task, if you weren't somebody that had a lot to teach people, and that if you weren't just a beautiful, brilliant, inspiring person deep down in your soul. So yeah, again, a lot of the messages was don't let other people's low vibrational energy take away from your high vibrational energy. Don't let them change that. You know what I mean? All right, so now we're gonna look with the Believe in Your Own Magic Oracle deck and just get final advice and hopefully a nice comforting message to send you off into January. And let's see what your spirit team has for you. That came out real fast. Evil Queen, you deserve sugar, not salt. We were talking a lot earlier about them haters coming real salty with it. Some salty bitches having stuff to say about what you're doing. So let's see what this says. I've actually never seen this card, so I'm interested. Someone in your life is mistreating you. You keep trying to see the good in them, but they just keep disappointing you again and again. Truth is, some people don't deserve second chances. As difficult as it may be, this is your sign that you need to cut them loose. Unfollow them and block their number. It's time to move on. Do whatever it takes to find some inner peace, for it's just as precious as gold. Interesting. So that's telling me that there's somebody in your life that is this evil queen. There's somebody in your life, maybe it's a parent, maybe it's an ex, maybe it's some kind of romantic interest, whatever. Maybe it's your boss. I don't know who this is, but you will, I'm sure, as I'm describing, that they're some kind of evil queen and that they're somebody that keeps disappointing you again and again. And it says here, some people don't deserve second chances, and maybe you've already given them a second chance and a third chance and a fourth chance, because this is final advice from your spiritual team. And that, like I said, that card flew out on the first shuffle, so that tells me that this is something that maybe they've been trying to tell you about for a while now, and that you're just not all the way pulling the trigger on. And I totally empathize with that. I know it's not easy sometimes. I recently went through a situation where I've had to cut off my own father because he's this evil queen in my life, And I just want to thank you guys for you know like I said, with your energy. I feel comfortable to share that with you. That's not something that I share with everybody, but I can see that you're going through a similar thing. And like I said, I just want to offer my empathy and say, I've been through that as well, and it is not easy at all. Because especially when you're a good person with a good heart, and especially if there's somebody very close to you, like I said, like your parent, it's extremely difficult to accept that they're not able to offer you the sugar and the sweetness that you deserve, and all they're going to give you is salt and not appreciate you, and fill your head with things that you don't need anymore at this point in your life. So yeah, I'm just going to kind of reiterate what it said here. I think this put it perfectly, and you will know exactly who this person is, or maybe it's multiple people. I don't know. You will know. But it says, as difficult as it may be, this is your sign that you need to cut them loose, unfollow them, and block their number. It's time to move on. Do whatever it takes to find some inner peace, for it's just as precious as gold. So, when it comes to that, like unfollowing someone, blocking their number, doesn't mean that they're lost to you forever. This doesn't mean that you've given up on them forever. I still hold space that if one day, if my father wants to be more respectful towards me, and kind of do his own inner work, to where, like I said, he can just show me at least basic respect, then I would be open. I would be open to communicating with him again. But it just, like I said, after second, third, fourth, fifth chance, I just realized, like, right now is not that time. So it's no contact for now, and in the future we'll see. But right now I have peace, because I have let go of fighting for this relationship that's not meant to happen right now. So one thing that's been coming up in my readings lately is really trust spirit, have faith in a higher power. We can only control so much as one human, and this message coming through is telling me that whoever this person is, or these people are, one thing that you cannot control is having the relationship that you feel you deserve with them at this moment. So it's time to cut that loose, and focus on all the beautiful things that you do have in your life right now. Like I said, you're a fucking awesome person. You don't deserve anybody in your life right now dragging you down with bullshit. So that's your final message there from your spirit team. Again, not the most positive, happy-go-lucky message. Like I said, this whole reading, even the blessings have been a little bit challenging. They've been a lot of stuff that you're gonna go through here in January, but hopefully, by watching this reading, it gives you kind of a heads up, and will make it a little less stressful, and a little less overwhelming for you going through all this stuff. And just know that I'm sure when February comes up that the energy will be different, because you're doing all this hard work now. Like I say, if you don't, when it comes to tarot reading, we're just telling you, your spirit team and myself, we're just giving you the message of the possibilities, but you always have free will, and nothing is set in stone. So again, if you're kind of lagging on certain things that spirit's been trying to tell you to take care of, then February might come up with the same kind of energy of, you got to work on this, you got to look out for this, you got to let go of this. But if you are really creating space for yourself and making your growth the top priority in dealing with these things, and I think next month will be a little bit smoother sailing for you. So now we're just gonna end it off with these spark magic matches. always end my reading with these because they're just nice little suggestions of things we can do to bring some peace, some magic into our lives. Excuse me. So, yeah, the way I do is I just leave them here for a second. You can choose one if one's intuitively calling to you more than the other, or if you want to just listen to them both and decide after which one sounds like something you'd rather do. That's totally fine too. So let's go ahead and look at the first one. It says, write a letter to the next person who pops in your head right now. Who popped in your head? I'm not saying write the letter right now. I'm just saying right there at that moment, who popped into your head when I said that? So I do want to say that with this suggestion of writing a letter to the next person who pops in your head, if this might not be a letter that you want to actually give them. This is actually a good exercise that I think like therapists and stuff use, but I've heard of it just through the grapevine or whatever. That is very helpful when you are having problems with somebody. Okay, so basically I'm seeing this is either going to go probably one of two ways. The person that popped into your head is somebody that you love very much and that you're very grateful to have in your life. And this will be very nice to write them a letter and let them know how you feel. And that will be very, very healing, and that will be very beautiful for them. That will be very beautiful for you to share that genuine love with each other. And then the other way I see it going is the first person that popped into your head was probably whoever this Evil Queen card was talking about. And in that case, you can give this letter to them. Maybe that will give you peace to just like write out everything you feel towards this person. Say your piece and say how much you've tried with them and it's just not happening, and you're not doing this because you hate them or whatever. You're just doing this for your own inner peace. But it's possible that in your heart that again it's not going to change anything. So it is very totally fine if you want to write this letter to that person and not send it. Sometimes it's good to just get everything out, get it out of your head and onto the paper so that you can release it, that you can let it go. And one step that you can also take if you're not going to send the letter is to light it on fire, is to burn it. And that's very symbolic of, like I said, releasing something, letting it go. I just said in the last reading that I recently did that for my whole year of 2022. I wrote down all the things that I had let go of and that I had released in 2022, and it was a lot of things. I think a lot of us had a really challenging year, and a really a year that was full of a lot of change. So that was very, very cathartic to write out and see how much I had worked on letting go and how much room I had made for better things to come in, and then to just light it and really release all of that and accept this new year that's coming in and all the new possibilities that it has for me. So there's that one for you guys. Second one, prepare a meal and infuse it with loving energy as you cook. I love that. I'm a huge believer in this. I don't cook, honestly, as much as I would like, but when I do, I definitely love to imagine that I'm putting that loving energy into it, especially if you're cooking for other people. My family makes tamales for Christmas, and I just feel like they come out so much better when you take your time with them, and we're all sitting around the table and we're laughing with each other, and it's just a lot of love in the air. And then you give your food to people and they taste it and you just see them smile, and it's a beautiful thing. And I think that whether you're cooking this meal for someone else or just for yourself, like if it's just for yourself, you deserve that too. You deserve to have that feeling too. Like you you stood there and you made this food with your hands for yourself. Like you deserve that loving energy from yourself just as much as if you were making it for someone else. And you deserve to have that smile on your face when you eat it just as much as when you give it to someone else. So, I think that's all I have for you guys. I actually, you know what? I feel like I missed something here with this Queen of Coins now that I'm talking about preparing a meal for someone else and preparing a meal for yourself. I think that this came out as a challenge and a lesson because I think it's telling me that it's kind of, maybe I did bring it up before, but I'm just thinking right now, like, maybe a challenge for you is, no, yeah, I did say that. I said that sometimes you give to other people, but I just wanted to throw it in with that, like, make sure you guys are giving to yourself, um, and think about, why giving things to yourself might not feel as good as giving to other people, because I'm learning a lot in my path right now that that's something I believe too, and that was something from my childhood. That's some inner child healing that I'm doing at the moment, is like learning that I am just as important as everybody else, and it should feel just as good to do loving things for myself and by myself as it does to do them with other people or for other people. So that's the last message that came through there for you guys. And that's all I have for you guys, Group 2. Thank you so much for watching and sharing your energy with me. Um, I really feel like every reading I do, you guys are my new friends, and possibly some of you are old friends, but, I really, really enjoyed about this energy that you guys seem to be very strong. Like I said, or I mean, I've said it in my other readings, but when there always seems to be one reading like this where it's just like a little extra heavy. Like the first group was not as heavy as this one, and I know that when it comes to this group, I mean, actually the last one was heavy, but it was more like kind of emotional. Um, but this one was heavy in a way where it's like, physically demanding, like mentally and physically, like more than emotionally, and that tells me that um, the group of people I'm reading for, the person that is watching this, is very strong, because spirit does not give messages um, that don't help people. So like the fact that you can have a reading like this and not be like, fuck this, I don't need to hear this. I came to hear all the beautiful, wonderful things that are going to happen in January. The fact that you guys are very realistic and you have such a good head on your shoulders that you actually sat and finished this reading despite all the challenges that it is telling you, are going to come for you in January. That tells me that you guys are incredibly strong. You are powerful, beautiful, brilliant, and brave, especially brave. And actually, especially all of this. I'm not even going to call out one thing more than the other. You guys are all of those things. And I just thank you guys so much for watching. Like I said, thank you for sharing your strong energy with me. It definitely gives me faith in the world. It makes me grateful that there are people like you in the world that are out here, prepared to do this kind of work, to grow and to live our best lives, and to help lift up this world. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed this reading, please let me and others know by hitting that thumbs up. If there are any messages you have for me or anyone else in this community of misfits, please express those down in the comments. And if you would like to see this channel continue and see my channel grow, please show your support by subscribing to my channel, and tell any of your friends if they're into spiritual shit to, check me out. So thank you guys again so much. Sending you lots of peace and love. Wishing you a very blessed 2023. Much good vibes to you in January especially. And until next time, later. What up, Group 3? If you guys chose this cool little star right here, this is going to be your reading all about what to expect coming up in January of 2023. Yeah, so let's jump into it. Let's get into your energy check. We're going to start with the Misfit Oracle deck here. And this is just going to be what your spiritual team, your higher self, your spirit guides, excuse me, your angels that are watching over you, and of course, spirit, God, the universe, however you like to label that divine source energy. What they want me to know about your energy and your situation going into the new year, into January. So let's see what they got, what they want me to know. And I have been mentioning in my readings as of late, just as a warning to people, that I do shuffle everything on camera as I go, because that's just how I like my readings to feel. I like it to be, start to finish, just like if you were to come in for a personal reading. You're going to sit down, we're going to get started. You're going to see the questions I'm asking, you're going to see the cards get shuffled, and you're going to see what pops out. That's a big part of the magic for me. But yeah, like I said, just a warning that sometimes during the shuffling section there is a little bit of downtime, so I hope it's not too boring for you. Jeez. Two. Alright. I think you guys are the first ones to get two of these. Let's see what we got. An end and the notes. Okay. So from the Mystic Misfit, we had the bat. From the Fantasma Oracle, we have an end and the notes. And I will list all the decks that I use in this video in the description, just in case you guys are curious. Want to check them out, want to use them for yourselves. And now this is the Intuition Oracle, and this is going to finish up the energy check. See what your spiritual team wants me to know. Going into, there it is. All right. You guys got the Summoner. I ask for what I want because I deserve to get it. All right, cool. So we're going to start here with the Bat card. Bat is number 28, so there it is. The bat looms in the shadows of the belly of the earth. Listening, family, instincts, waiting. Okay, and then as far as these Phantasma ones, we have an end. And that is... We don't often remember the importance of announcing the ending. Not everyone or everything takes the hint. This is your time to announce the end or even a no. All right. And then we have the notes. Everything is playing along as it is intended. Enjoy the sounds of a perfectly orchestrated moment. Interesting. Okay. And then the Summoner, number 49. Says, I ask for what I want because I deserve to get it. I know I already said that, but I just like to repeat those affirmations. Most people know that even if you do your affirmations faithfully, You cannot get what you want unless and until you know what you want. I'm sorry, that was like a crazy worded sentence, so I'm just going to do that one more time. Most people know that even if you do your affirmations faithfully, you cannot get what you want unless and until you know what you want. A lesser known fact is that there are times when you cannot get what you want unless you ask for it. All too often, the people who are nice and helpful to others have a problem asking other people for help. This is, at its core, a subtle kind of egotism, as if to say that they are not inferior, needy, or down-and-out supplicants like those people that they themselves are usually only too glad to help if they can. For these wonderful people, having the strength to overcome their natural reluctance to ask for help is an important achievement, whether they get the help they seek or not. You are entitled to get help from the universe and its inhabitants without asking for it, but you increase your chances by stating clearly exactly what you want. Okay, very nice. So, let's see, what exactly is this telling me? So, announcing an ending, everything's working out perfectly, hiding in the shadows. Okay, so, the energy I'm getting from this is going into January of 2023. You're somebody who is not so much somebody that like necessarily enjoys being in the spotlight. You're somebody, like it says, like this bat that looms in the shadows, but somebody that very much still enjoys having a community. That's one thing I always get from this bat card, is it's somebody who's very community oriented. But yeah, what I'm getting from the energy today from this card, and with everything else coming out here, is that again, going into January, coming out of 2022, you're somebody who, like I said, is very much likes to be in the background, likes to loom in the shadows. And with this an end card coming out saying that sometimes people don't just get the hint, and you have to announce when something is over, or announce when you're saying no to something. I think kind of what that's telling me is like January is going to be a time where, you know, like this card says, it's bringing an end to that kind of part of your life. I think, you know, for whatever reason that you don't like to be in the spotlight too much, I think it's part of your purpose. Maybe you never thought it was, maybe you never wanted it to be, but I'm feeling that it is. And I think that maybe it's something you're resisting, because with the notes card coming out, it says that everything's playing out exactly the way it's supposed to. So yeah, kind of what I'm getting from these three cards in this order that they came out, it's telling me that you're somebody who likes to be in the background, be in the shadows, for whatever reason, and it's time to put an end to that, and, you know, to really step out into the world. I feel like you're going to be getting out of this bat energy and coming out from the caves, coming out from the shadows, and kind of saying, you know, bidding a fond farewell, because like I said, that has been very much a big part of your identity, I think, for a long time. And it's going to be weird, and it's going to be maybe even a little sad to let go of that part, because, or a little scary even, because you're so comfortable with being that person that's always in the background, that's always in the shadows, you know. So like I said, it might feel weird to put an end to that and start to be stepping into the spotlight. But again, with this the notes card coming out, it's telling me that that's exactly what's supposed to be happening to you right now. So, you know, please don't resist that. Know that if you're getting signs in your life that are kind of saying that, you know, you need to be in the spotlight more, or that you have some kind of message or something to bring to the world that people need to know, people need to see, you know, take this as a confirmation for that. Or if you're hearing this for the first time, just know that this is the message I'm getting from your spirit team of what's coming for you in the month ahead. And with this summoner card coming, saying I asked for what I want because I deserve to get it, I guess that's why I was getting the feeling that the reason that you like to lurk in the shadows is maybe because, you know, based off your childhood or just your life experiences in general, you've felt like, you know, that's where you belong. Like, people maybe didn't have the space to pay attention to you so much growing up, so, or they didn't have the time and energy to make you feel important, so you always felt like your place was in the shadows. Your place was to not ask for anything. Your place was to be there to help everybody else, because everybody else is busy, everybody else is working hard, and you're just there and people are taking care of you, you know. But it's like, you were a child, of course people are supposed to take care of you, of course the adults are supposed to be the ones working, but, you know, when we're children we don't really see it like that. So that's kind of what I'm getting here with this summoner card. Like I said, I think the energy I'm getting going into January is like, as you come out and step into your role and your destiny, I guess is what it feels like, as being somebody who's more in the spotlight. Part of that is knowing that you deserve to have everything you want, and it's okay to ask for help, you know, like this card said. You deserve just as much. Like, you might be used to taking care of everybody else and giving to everybody else, but it's time to realize that, like, you know, if you're the type of person that deserves or believes that everybody deserves to be treated equally, then why are you so different? How come you don't get that same treatment for yourself? How come you're not worth getting that same treatment from other people? How come it feels so good for you to do stuff for other people, but then when you're on the other side of it and people are doing stuff for you, you feel like guilty about it? I think that's something that's very much what you're going to need to be thinking about going into January and throughout January. We'll see when the inner child cards come out. I'm sure it will confirm this. But yeah, with the summoner, I think going into January and a big theme for you, yeah, this has kind of been coming out as the overall theme for the readings, and for your month so far. So yeah, the big theme for you in January is stepping out of the shadows, stepping into the spotlight, accepting that you are exactly where you're supposed to be. This is your purpose, and that you will be so much more successful and achieve your dreams more quickly and be able to help more people if you get more comfortable with asking for help yourself and really working on believing that you deserve help, and that it's a good thing to deserve help, and not holding on to guilt or shame when it comes to accepting help. Because there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You know that because you don't look at people that you're helping and be like, oh, that person's fucking pathetic, they need help, like, what a loser. But then when it's you probably hella feel like that. That's the energy I'm feeling anyways with these cards coming out and these messages. So yeah, let's go ahead and move on to the blessings portion. I'm actually going to, I don't know why every single group, and now including you, makes every single one of them, I keep getting called to share the message that's on this little thing that I got from the dollar store. it's kind of like an affirmation that I just got for myself, but it's here on my altar, and I just keep feeling called at a certain point that, like, okay, they need to hear this as well. This is not just for me. Like, you are powerful, beautiful, brilliant, and brave. And I am really getting the feeling from this energy that you guys don't feel this enough, and you don't really even believe it probably at some level. So if you guys can take this affirmation and say it more often to yourselves, like, this is true. You can call me a liar, that's fine, happens all the time, but I know it's true, and so do you deep down. So yeah, blessings. Sorry, didn't mean to get aggressive with you there, but that's just kind of the person I am. When I believe something, I stick to my guns, and nobody's gonna tell me different. And I believe that you are powerful, beautiful, brilliant, and brave, because I am literally sitting in your energy right now. So ain't nobody gonna tell me different. And of course, with a lot of my readings that I do, I'm here forming this community with Misfit Tarot. I always end up really relating to you guys and being like, hey, me too. Like, I really wish I could just meet you guys, like, as much as, I do this because I'm a very introverted person and I'm very empathic, that it's hard for me to interact with people a lot. When I start to feel the energy, I'm like, oh, damn, I kind of do wish this person was here in front of me right now, because you guys are just amazing. The people that come here to watch my channel and hear these messages, they're not people that drain me. They're people that very much make me feel like I have a community out there. They make me feel grateful. So yeah, anyways, blessings for you guys coming in January. What do we got from your spirit team? All right, that came out super fast. Oh, interesting. Okay, so blessings for January. What do we got? Blessings for January. Excuse me. Okay, I think that's good. Well, let's see if one more wants to come out. No, I feel like that's all of them. Okay, so with this Two of Wands coming out in reverse as a blessing, so Two of Wands talks about looking in the future, setting a plan. That's what I want because I deserve to get it. Interesting. Even though this popped out first, I thought that was going to be... I mean, I know it is significant in that this is probably like the first thing you'll be encountering in January. I don't understand it at the moment. So I'm going to move on to this Eight of Coins, and I will come back to that. Usually, I mean, always, this happened in the last group as well, where the first card, I couldn't exactly make sense of it, and then once I went through the other ones, it made total sense. So, well, I'll start here with the Eight of Coins, Eight of Pentacles in reverse. As far as a blessing, I think that something that's coming in for you guys is that Eight of Coins talks about somebody who's working really hard to master something. So with this in reverse, I see that as like an internalized energy, and that speaks to me of you guys really mastering your inner world, mastering your emotions, mastering your thoughts. And that goes right into with this King of Swords. The King of Swords talks about being a master of your thoughts and being very decisive and being very cutting. And, with this card that came out talking about an end and announcing to people when something's over and being able to say no to people, I think now that's kind of being illuminated more with these cards, or at least especially with the King of Swords, because the King of Swords is somebody who is not afraid to tell it like it is. Whenever I think about the King of Swords, that's somebody who it's like you might even be a little intimidated to go up to them, because you know they're not going to give you any bullshit. You know, when you go up to them, if you say something that they don't agree with, they're going to tell you right away. So I think a blessing for you in January of this coming year is that you're going to be becoming more comfortable stepping into this energy of being able to tell people like, hey, this is over. Hey, this is not serving anymore. This is not serving me anymore. I'm not going to be a part of it. Um, you know, somebody might ask you if you want to do something, and you can just say like no. One thing that I don't know who it is, but somebody, I don't know. I've heard it from a few different places, but the fact is, no is a complete sentence. Like you don't ever have to explain yourself to anybody. They might ask for an explanation, and you might feel fine giving it to them, but at the end of the day, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do, and you don't need to sit there and let somebody make you feel like you're doing something wrong for setting a boundary. So I think this King of Swords is telling me that a blessing coming for you in January is that you will be setting more boundaries, and that's going to be a blessing for you because it's going to give you more time to focus on yourself and more time to be, getting the things that you deserve in your life, which, like I said, are going to have something to do with you stepping into the spotlight more. And then, going back to this Eight of Pentacles in reverse, the Eight of Pentacles talks about, like I said, mastery of something. I think like I said, you spend all this time in the shadows, performing actions, doing inner work. When you think of shadows, I'm thinking now the thing that's popping into my head is shadow work. You guys have been doing a lot of shadow work and seeing the things that you need to work on, and that's really paying off. I think a blessing in January is that, like I said, you have already put in all this work, to where now you're kind of a master of your inner world. You're a master of learning how to do your personal development, because again, not again, but nobody is ever going to have everything all figured out. Nobody's going to be the complete master of themselves. There's always new challenges that come up. There's always the next thing that we need to grow with, the next phase of our life. But like I said, as far as January of this next month, you have found a way to where whatever challenges you come across, you're not looking to the outside and being like, oh, well, this is happening, it's this person's fault, like, why can't they just do this? If they could do this, then my life would be so much better. That's not, you have this wonderful mindset where whenever something happens to you, and again, that's what I think about this King of Swords, is like the King of Swords doesn't bullshit himself either. Sorry, my mind just totally went blank. So yeah, like I said, when something happens in your life that is unfavorable or maybe isn't going the way that you expected, you don't look to the outside and say, whose fault is this? You look at yourself and say, this is my responsibility. This is my life. What am I going to do to fix this, to solve this, to make it better? How can I grow from this? And that's something that's going to help you not just in January of this next year, but for the rest of your life. If you can keep that mindset, then no matter what comes at you, no matter what struggles you're going through, you will succeed, because you're not going to be confused. You're not going to be your energy is going to be going where it needs to go. It's going to go inward, and it's going to go towards yourself, and looking at the ways that you can change your mindset and change your inner world in order to bring changes to your outer world, which I think is really, really something to be proud of. And as far as this Two of Wands in reverse, okay, that makes sense. So yeah, speaking of inner world, the Two of Wands, like I said, represents the planning of, kind of having this idea and taking that idea to the next stage, kind of looking a little bit into the future and saying, okay, my plan can go this way or it can go this way, because you have, the Ace of Wands talks about this new inspired idea, something you're passionate about, this new passion that that you want to go for. So then Two of Wands is like, okay, now you know what you want, you know what you're passionate about, you know what you want to go for, but there are multiple ways that you can bring it into existence. Are you going to do it this way? Or are you going to do it this other way? Or perhaps a third way? Or who knows how many options you have of making this dream a reality. But yeah, I think the blessing that's coming for you is, this has to do with I guess like yourself. The fact that it's in reverse is telling me that, like, I get it. Okay. Sorry, that one was really, really challenging me. Okay, so like I said, you're coming into January with this energy of somebody who's in the shadows, somebody who's been told for a long time that their needs don't matter, that they don't deserve help just as much as everybody else, that everybody else, when they get help, it feels good to give it to them, but when you receive it, you need to feel ashamed and you need to feel guilty about it. So like I said, with that coming to an end and you moving into a stage where you are feeling comfortable to take up space, you are feeling comfortable stepping into the spotlight a little bit more and accepting that you have a big place in this world just like everybody else. This is kind of telling me that as far as yourself goes, maybe your self-expression, because you've been hiding in the shadows so long, you don't even realize all the different ways that you could be. Like, now that you're going to be in a position of expressing yourself more and taking up more space, it's like you kind of have, like I said, multiple options of where you're going to go with it. Like, how do you want to dress? How do you want to do your hair, or whatever it is? How do you want to express yourself, basically? Like, what are some ways that maybe you've been hiding of expressing yourself that maybe now you feel more comfortable to do? I'll use myself as an example, because I think I mentioned in this group, it might have been the last one, but like I said, I relate. No, I think it was the last one, but I definitely relate to all the readings I do. People that come to watch my readings, I feel their energy, and I feel very much like they're kind of like kindred spirits. Like, I very much relate to their story. So for example, for me, I grew up very much in that same energy of being in the shadows and making myself small, not wanting to ask for help, feeling very uncomfortable asking for help, feeling ashamed to ask for help, but being very comfortable helping others. And just going into, as far as expressing myself, one thing that I did as far as hiding in the shadows was, I've always had kind of a very prominent feminine side, I guess I'll say, but I don't present that way. I look just like a normal, like, masculine dude. And I think I always will. I think I do like to express myself in that way, partially. But then, as far as my demeanor, my actions, being open about the things that I like enjoying, romantic comedies, or enjoying little, pink stuff like this, or, little rocks that say faith, and having my little altar, or stuff like this. Um, or, as far as like getting this deck that I have here, this Believe in Your Own Magic, it's very much like kind of girl power oriented. Like I love that shit, and I used to very much hide that, because in the society we live in, as far as when you're a male and you're around other uh, typical males, if you express all this kind of stuff that you like, like, even like I said, this thing, if I would have never even bought this, even though it's in the comfort of my own home, like, just because I would feel like it's wrong in some way, or like guys aren't supposed to like this type of stuff. But, um, now that I'm stepping into my own power, and stepping into being completely myself, I'm finding a much different balance with that, and it is very exciting. It's like, I could keep expressing myself how I have been and hiding things, or I can totally start letting out this side of me and see what happens. And it's been really cool, and I feel much more comfortable being myself. And people do accept me for how I am. Not everybody. People are still going to be small minded, and uh, call me certain derogatory terms that I think you guys can guess. But it doesn't matter. I don't need to worry about that. I just need to go about my own path and enjoy myself, and be grateful for the people that I have in my life that don't judge me negatively for expressing myself how I am. So I think that's a message for you guys, as a blessing that's coming in for you, is that it's an exciting time when you come out of the shadows, and you start expressing yourself a little bit more, piece by piece. um like I said, it's just an exciting thing. And as you go through that, um I think it will feel very healing for you. I think it will lead you to better people in your life. It will give you better relationships with the people that you already have in your life. You'll be able to see that they some of them always did have the capacity to accept you for how you are. And yeah, like I said, it'll just be very healing, and it's definitely a big blessing. So, um, very excited for that part of your guys' journey. I hope you guys have fun with that, and experimenting with expressing yourself in new ways that you haven't felt comfortable to before. So yeah, going now into the challenges and lessons that are coming for you in January, and we are using the mystical Manga tarot. And I don't know if I was saying all the decks that I'm using, but I will list all the decks in the description. So yeah, let's see what are some challenges and lessons coming for you guys in January. So one flipped over. Queen of Wands. That makes sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. Wait, why am I shuffling again? Whatever, I don't know. Was meant to be. Okay, so challenges for January. Group 3. Ooh, nope. Okay, Major Arcana, Hangman. Okay, let's see if we need one more or if that's it. Nope. It seems like that is all the challenges and lessons for you guys in January. So, I felt like I was going to say something before those came out about this, but oh yeah. Because I had noticed when these cards came out for the blessings that the Two of Wands, like I said, it shot out on the first shuffle. Whenever that happens, it seems like your spiritual team is very excited to tell you something. So I think the fact that this Two of Wands shot out first, even though I wasn't able to interpret it until the end, that, like I said, that's going to be a very exciting thing for you guys. Is it's a very freeing feeling. Like it's a wonderful feeling to be able to express yourself more freely, and I like I said, I'm really looking forward to you guys experiencing that. So as far as challenges and lessons coming for you guys this next month, the Queen of Wands represents somebody who, I think of this card as somebody who's very confident, somebody who's a social butterfly, somebody who's very comfortable being in a crowd and standing out from the crowd. They very much have their own thing going on. So that totally makes sense with everything we've been talking about, that this is going to be a challenge for you guys and that a big lesson will come from this. Because it's obviously not something that you're used to. What I say in a lot of my readings, something that's becoming kind of I was gonna say catchphrase, but obviously I didn't make it up, so I don't think that's the right word. But just something that I've been thinking about a lot and that I say a lot is let your freak flag fly. That's something that I think you guys are meant here to do. You guys are meant to do here. In this lifetime is, like I said, right now, you're at the very beginning stage of this, coming into January. Yeah, because literally it's the Two of Wands is the blessing that we have for January, and the Queen of Wands is the challenge and the lesson. So I think what this is telling me here is that you have to start out at the beginning. So like I said, you start out with the Two of Wands and kind of seeing which direction you want to take your self-expression, and then that's going to go to the Three of Wands, which is looking even further into how that's all going to come together. And basically what you're meant for is this Queen of Wands. And it's not to say that that the King of Wands is like higher than the Queen of Wands, because the Queen of Wands and the King of Wands are definitely, I think, equal but different energies. So the Queen of Wands, like I said, is kind of your goal as far as the energy of what you're working on in January. And like I said, it's going to start, with small things, with making little decisions of, oh, do I like this or do I actually like that? Like, oh, am I going to tell this person about this thing that I do, or am I going to keep hiding it? It's going to start out with little stuff like that until eventually you're like this whole different person. And hopefully, if you can really step up to this challenge, the lesson you will learn is like, this is who you were always meant to be. And like I said, that's so exciting. Like, to think about you going from this bat that's looming in the shadows and that's just kicking back, feeling like they don't deserve to take up space, to the Queen of Wands. Like, for anybody who knows tarot even a little bit, like I think this Queen of Wands energy. It's like such a bold, confident, fiery, passionate person. And the way I describe this bat card, I think is very obvious. They, like I said, it's somebody who looms in the shadows, somebody who's down. I was gonna say somebody who chills in the corner, but this person's not even in the corner. They're not even at the event because they don't think they deserve to be there. They're down in the basement or something like that. They're at home. They didn't even come out because they don't feel like they deserve to take up space at the party or whatever. And the Queen of Wands is the fucking life of the party. They're the one everybody's like, oh my god, who's that? Like, I want to get to know them. I want to talk to them. They look super interesting. Like, that's really beautiful. I am super excited for you guys to be going through that process. And it's probably going to take more than just a month for you to get from the Bat to this Queen of Wands, but this is just telling me that this is who you are meant to be. This is who you will be. Just keep working on it, and don't be afraid to ask for help with things, like if there's things you want to change about your appearance, if there's ways that like for example, for me, I am not, I was gonna I suck at dancing, so like for me, something that would help me get into this energy and have more confidence and be the life of the party, maybe I would go take some dance lessons, and instead of being ashamed of being like, oh, I suck at dancing, I don't want anybody to see me. It's like I'm gonna put myself out there and take dance lessons because I deserve to have some fun, you know what I mean? To feel like if I'm at a party, I can dance and not feel awkward or whatever. Or even if I don't need to get lessons, like I'm just gonna dance however the fuck I want. Like that would be the Queen of Wands energy right there. Is like, no, I didn't get lessons actually. Like, and you might be dancing like a total weirdo, but like I said, that's gonna make people look at you and be like, holy shit, like this person is dancing like such a weirdo, but they look so happy, they look so confident. Like, people are gonna aspire to be like you know what I mean? So that's really beautiful. Like I said, you're not meant to be like anybody else. You are meant to stand out. You are not meant to blend in. You are not meant to be lurking in the shadows. You are meant to be shining for everybody to see and to be inspired by. Queen of Wands is very inspiring energy. So yeah, that's going to be a challenge and a lesson to be learned from you guys, is to get to that level, because that's who you are. That's kind of like your highest self, I think. The Hangman in reverse. So Hangman talks about kind of taking a break, sitting back. That makes sense. Holy shit. Because this Bat, what is he doing? He's hanging upside down. What is this Hangman in reverse doing? He's like, nope, I'm up now. I'm not, like I said, I'm not kicking back in the shadows. I'm not hanging around in the cave. I'm getting up. I'm getting out there. And with this coming as a challenge, again, that's not necessarily something you're comfortable with. If you're a Bat that's used to always being upside down and hanging, chilling in the dark, to get out there. Yeah, and you can see with the color scheme of both of these cards, it's like very much bright. I mean, these are all black and white, but these are not all orange and red like this. It's very much fiery, passionate energy that you're stepping into. And yeah, like I said, with this sun here, and there's a lot of sunlight here in the background, it's telling me that, like I said, it's literally like a spotlight. You're stepping out into the spotlight. You're no longer sitting around in the shadows. You are coming out. You are stepping out into the light. You are the light. And again, it might be uncomfortable at first. Of course, if you're a Bat that's used to always being in the dark, when you go out into the light, it's not going to be comfortable. It is going to be a challenge. That's why it's coming out here in the challenges part. But again, I think the lesson that you will learn is that, as uncomfortable as it is, the experiences that you're going to have from this, the lesson that you're going to learn is like, it's much better to deal with this uncomfortable feeling of going through this transition. And like I said, hopefully you can embrace this with excitement for the future. And it's just going to be a million times better than staying in this energy that you're comfortable with, that you already know very well, that you've been doing forever. It's going to feel very good to put an end to that and to move into this new energy. I think it's, yeah, like I said, I feel very excited right now. You guys are the third pile, and usually at this time I take a break because I don't have energy to do the third one, but you guys are definitely giving me a good little burst of energy right now. So now we're going to move into the inner child healing portion of your reading. Excuse me. So yeah, this is going to be what, yeah, like I said, the inner child healing that you're going to be doing in this next month of January to start off the year. I've been explaining that I do these inner child oracle cards for every single reading I do, because I think that our inner child is something that, you know, it's kind of, it's not a new idea, but it's something that is it's new to be so widespread and for more people to be talking about it. And you know, it's one thing to talk about it, it's another thing to actually be doing the work. So I think, you know, my goal is that you know, people watching my readings, they will be more conscious of the things that are, you know, holding them back as far as what they learned as a child, and kind of the things within their inner child that need healing. And you know, it helps me as well. I use these all the time. I'm constantly thinking about, you know, my childhood experiences and how they affect me in my adult life. So I'm just trying to spread that knowledge, and let's see what you guys are gonna, you know, what you guys can expect as far as inner child healing this next month in January. Okay. There it is. Oh wait. Okay. So Pippin with vulnerability in reverse. Okay, so if you guys don't know, every child comes with a story, and then the reverse is kind of just like an extra meaning on top of that, or it might be a little bit of a different meaning. It depends. So let's see what it has for you here. Hi there, my name is Pippin. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I know no other way. I feel a sense of openness and trust with the world, and I am not scared to be vulnerable. My sense of self and my ability to articulate hard and uncomfortable feelings helps the people around me do the same. When Pippin comes to visit, you may want to look at the level of vulnerability in your safe relationships. Are there places you are holding back or putting up a wall to keep yourself safe? The deepest and most genuine connections come when we can express our authentic self safely. Freedom to express your authentic self will allow you to deepen your connection to yourself and others. Just like Pippin, it's important to know that it might not be comfortable or easy, and yes, you may get hurt. Thus is life, but you will get through it, honoring yourself every step of the way, and that is worth it all. Begin to look at the ways you close yourself off or dim your light out of fear. When the fears and doubts arise, take a deep breath, tune in, and affirm for your inner child that you are safe. Practice being more authentic and vulnerable each and every day. And then reversed, it says, you may be telling your story or opening up to people who don't have the capacity to hold you. Use discernment when expressing to others, and always process trauma with a healer or therapist first. And then the mantra for Pippin, you know, something that you can repeat in order to help heal this energy is, it is safe to be seen and express how I feel. And then there's some remedies and journaling questions here if you want to work with that as far as healing this energy. But again, the fact that it came out reversed puts an emphasis, or at least, you know, I'm getting the feeling that it's kind of both of these things that you needed to hear, which is why I always read them both, because I find that even when the card is reversed, I think the reversed meaning is never like the whole story. At least that's how it's worked with me, and I'm feeling that energy here as well. So like I said, with this bat energy, I think that there is a part of you that, you know, holds back a lot of yourself. And with this Two of Wands coming out, and just everything else talking about self-expression, that's kind of been the whole theme of this reading. So yeah, I think something you're going to be healing with your inner child is thinking about, like I said, thinking about those things that happened in your childhood that make you feel like it's not safe to be vulnerable, because maybe you were vulnerable to people in your past that either took advantage of that, or they just didn't have the space to see you for the beautiful being that you were. So yeah, maybe now, in your adult life, you kind of have this duality where you either don't trust, you know, sometimes you don't trust anybody, and you're like, I'm blocking everybody out from the, I'm not going to be vulnerable with people because they're just not going to understand me. But then I think, with this with the fact that it came out reversed and saying that you may be opening up to people who don't have the capacity to hold you, I think that what that's telling me is, like I said, the duality is, with most people, you don't express yourself at all, because you just don't believe that they're going to have space for you. But then when you do finally find somebody that you think has space for you, I'm guessing it's usually a romantic partner, or maybe like when you feel like you've made a really good friend, you become extremely vulnerable, and you know, become vulnerable to that person because you feel like maybe you can trust them, or maybe they'll have the space for you, but in reality they don't. Maybe there's a part of you, and I'm saying this from experience, this is not me just trying to like call you out, this is me saying because I relate to this card and this energy, and this healing that needs to be done, because I can definitely do some of this myself right now as well. That, you know, when you find somebody that you start being vulnerable to, it's hard to know if you're doing that because you actually recognize them as someone you can trust, or because like they're giving you a little bit more understanding and a little bit more attention than most people. So then you're just like, oh, finally somebody who I can be vulnerable with, somebody who's going to understand me. And then you get kind of latched onto that idea, and then you don't realize that actually they still don't really have the space to deal with all these sides of you. So I think, yeah, the inner child healing that we need to do here is, to, like I said, work on expressing yourself more to the general public. Like I said, getting to this Queen of Wands energy where you can just express yourself how you are no matter who's around, and have kind of that level of vulnerability. But then when it comes to being really vulnerable, like one-on-one with somebody, like a romantic interest, romantic partner, or a new friend, or with your family or whatever, try to be a little more discerning and maybe play it a little more slowly as far as how vulnerable you're going to be with that person. And you know how it's said here, always process trauma with a healer and therapist first. Like sometimes we might think, oh, this person, you know, seems like they have a good head on their shoulders. This person has told me that they've been through some kind of trauma too. Maybe they can help me with my trauma, or maybe I can open up to them about my stuff. Which there's nothing wrong with that. You know, at first blush, you know, we can definitely benefit as a society of being able to talk about our traumas with each other, and not always just, be making small talk or acting, talking about the best parts of ourselves and being real about the struggles that we're going through. But at the same time, there is healing that you need to do, either with yourself, with, tools like this, books, websites, videos, whatever it is, or if you actually feel like you want to, talk to a professional therapist or counselor or healer of some kind. It's very important that you do that as well, so that you're not kind of like bombarding people or leaving yourself vulnerable to people who are not equipped to help you with that and might actually make the situation worse. And again, it's not them that's making it worse. It's actually you making it worse by looking for the wrong person to help you out with something. Because in the end, no matter who you're trying to work with this stuff with, it is up to you. Like I say, even if you go to a professional, they're going to direct a lot of stuff back at you and ask, give you homework and stuff that you have to do. It's not that somebody's just going to come in and save you from the healing that you need to do. You know what I mean? And especially with, talking about confidence and self-expression, stuff like that. Like, it can be very easy to look for somebody that's like, oh my gosh, like this person, like I said, if you're used to being in the shadows and you have these parts of yourself that you feel like might be weird to most people, but you kind of let a little bit out to somebody, and they're like, oh, I like that stuff too, and you're like, oh my gosh, this person sees me and they're not running away, like they see me and they're like me. It might make you feel good for a little bit, or it might make you feel good when you're around that one person, or around that small group of people. But the main goal is, like I said, to be a queen. A queen does not need all the eyes on her to feel validated. The queen is somebody who, even when nobody's around, they're still that same person. So that's definitely a big message here with this inner child healing, is don't expect somebody else to validate you and validate all the truest parts of yourself, and don't look for specific people to make you feel comfortable to express the truest parts of yourself. Look to heal yourself deep down, so that no matter who you're around, you can be yourself. And even if they judge you negatively or unfairly, it's just gonna be like duck off a water's back. You're not gonna give a shit. You're the Queen of Wands. What do you care about other people's opinions? You're a bad bitch. You know what I'm saying? And you can be male, female, not have a gender. You're all bad bitches in that situation. What is next? Okay, so now we're going to final advice from your spiritual team. This is going to be final advice, hopefully a comforting message. I'm glad that I always throw in that hopefully, because in the last group, this was definitely not a comforting message at all, but it was very much really good advice. So we'll see what comes out for you guys, as far as this final message from your spiritual team. All right, what's going on in January? What's the last thing you want to let them know? For my group threes. Whoa. Okay, what is it gonna be? Alright, you guys got 2. We have nostalgia, focus on the here and now. We have witch, justice is coming. Okay, so we'll start with nostalgia here. Focus on the here and now. You're spending the majority of the time daydreaming, wondering what could have been if only things had gone the way you wanted. By doing this, you aren't giving yourself a fair chance. Truth is, there's nothing you can do to change what happened, no matter how many scenarios you craft in your mind. Make improvements to your present, not your imaginary. Be sure to nurture what you've been given. Okay, interesting. So, yeah, a little final piece of advice coming in is, you know, obviously this image is very telling. This person is sitting here with somebody, and this person is very much in the present moment and, you know, enjoying this time with you. And you're kind of off in the clouds imagining how things could have been in some other situation. And it's saying, you know, focus on the here and now. So I think I don't exactly see how that specifically relates to your situation, because I didn't get too many specific details about your situation. This was more about an energy of you, like I said, going from an energy of you not really expressing yourself and you kicking back in the shadows to you coming forward and being more confident and more expressive of yourself. So as far as this message, I think that's very, you know, private to you, but whatever it is that you're thinking about from the past, the main message coming through is, like it said, there's nothing you can do to change what happened. Make sure, I guess, that you're not letting things from the past affect your present. Yeah. Sorry, I thought I had something else to add to that, but maybe it'll come back later. Um, oh, yeah. I mean, I guess I was reading this book, and I actually brought it out for group one as well. This book here, it's called Psychic Powers Unlock Your Natural Intuition. I've been reading it, and one of the things that I just read a couple nights ago was, it was talking about how, you know, in reality, all that exists is the present moment, and it's only in our brain that the past exists and the future exists, you know, or that we perceive those things. So I think that's coming through here as a message to you, to just know that, again, focusing on the past is not going to help you in the present. The past is already gone. It's not even a real thing anymore. Like, yes, you can carry stuff with you. Like I said, we have inner child work and things like that, that we carry with us, but it's very important to remember that, you know, when you're with other people, there are things that you can learn. There's joy to be had. You know, being in this energy here of thinking, being, you know, up in the clouds about something or thinking about other scenarios, that's something you can do when you're by yourself. When you're with other people, I think this is just a message as well, to like stay in the present moment and be open to, you know, things that people have to teach you, because the universe is going to send you signs and things like that and give you information through other people. And if you're over here daydreaming about the past and ruminating on something that you wish could have been different, then you're going to miss out on things that can help you now and things that can help you move forward, like I said, to this much better, more joyful chapter of your life. Okay, so 27, Witch, justice is coming. They say that whatever we do comes back to us the same times 3. If a person's intentions are well-meaning, then that good